Ladies and gentlemen, may we please take our seats as we are about to start with our program. Thank you. Let's please take up our seats. I was told we start 8:45. Now it's 8:46. Yeah, because I'm still waiting for people who are coming from outside to please just settle down. Then again, I don't know if we have new people in the building or in the hall, but welcome to day 3 of our conference. I would like to observe the protocol. Yesterday we were told all protocol observed is not proper English. So, but well, it's a culture we have actually probably created or inherited here in Namibia to observe the protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give greetings to Your Excellency, Madam Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, who will also be one of the speakers this morning. I would like her to get her own reserved round of applause. He will be joining us virtually all the way from the State House of the Republic of Namibia. Honorable ministers and deputy ministers present or watching us from our different platforms, either virtually or yeah, virtually. Are we on TV as well? I love TV. We should be on TV. Honorable governors, or first of all, let me acknowledge the Honorable Governor of the Erongo region, the Mayor of the Swakopmund municipality, the CEO of the municipality of Swakopmund. I said it the other way around. Linda is looking at me. CEOs from different municipalities and different organizations, esteemed chief regional officers, and first of all, the regional officer of the Chief Regional Officer of the Erongo region, the chief regional officers from other regions, chairpersons of regional councils from different areas of the country, fellow communicators. This is your day and it has been your week actually, listeners and viewers watching us from different platforms, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I didn't take coffee this morning, so just bear with me. I will get there, just bear with me. Welcome to day 3 of our conference. It's the grand finale of the Effective Communicators Conference, live from the Dome, Swakopmund. Linda said it's the center of adventure. Swakopmund is the center of adventure. Thank you, Linda. My name is Asteria Nangula Njenja, and I am glad and singularly honored to stand before you this morning and direct today's proceedings. Thank you so much. I am standing in for Mr. Ricardo Twagoseb. Did I say your click properly? Okay, never mind. We'll get there. Big shoes to fill, but I came with my own shoes, because if you see Ricardo, definitely I'm not fitting in his shoes. So I wore my own shoes, and today, no high heels. I decided, well, I'm putting on my running shoes, and I'm going to run this morning. Day 3 is definitely not the last day, or it's the last day of our conference, but definitely not the least. In fact, this is just a cherry on top of what we have been doing here for our communicators and the public out there. As communicators, we work for the public, and it's been an enriching and empowering, as well as inspiring or impactful gathering for communicators from all over Namibia within the public sector. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like not to speak too much because I'm still getting off Ricardo's shoes. So I would like to just take us through the program briefly. There hasn't been so much changes, but first of all, we will have a presentation from QKR Namibia Navahab Gold Mine that will be done by Mr. George Bochiwe, the Managing Director. And thereafter, we'll have Mr. Ricardo Twagoseb. I would rather not click, ne? It's good. Ah, very good. I got it right. Mr. Ricardo Twagoseb, he will be giving a presentation on bridging the gap, effective stakeholder engagement for service delivery and policy impact. Ricardo is a communication and stakeholder relations lead at Hydrogen Energy, right? And thereafter, we will have a presentation by the Erongo Chief Regional Officer, Dr. Sam Telamo, who will then be just giving us a presentation on their region Indeed, yes, just on what the region is doing when it comes to communication and doing stakeholders engagements and communicating to the larger public. And thereafter, we'll have a presentation from Xinhua News Agency's Mr. Jin Zheng. He will be just sharing a few tips on as a deputy chief editor of Xinhua on how they deal with the media and how they send out their stories. And also, this gives us a cross-cultural presentation on getting ideas from China as well. And thereafter, we'll have a presentation by Her Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa. He'll actually deliver a key message. Then after the President, we'll have Commissioner Sam Shivute from NAMRA, who will then give a case study on NAMRA's work. And that will be not our last presentation, actually. Then Nampa, or the Namibia Press Agency, will also then give us a presentation. They didn't say what it is, but I think it's going to be a surprise. Since they are the host, it could be that they are also going to announce that all this conference is going to be now, a yearly thing. And that would be a great thing if that becomes a reality. So, ladies and gentlemen, in a nutshell, that is our program this morning. Please join me as I welcome to the stage Mr. George Bochiwe, Managing Director of QKR Namibia Navahab Gold Mine. A round of applause, please.
Good morning to you. Oh, come on. A good morning to you. Thank you. Much better. You see, some of us from the gold sector, we have become very vocal these days because we have been suddenly thrust into the limelight, and because of that, we are very vocal. Let me observe the protocol. I'm not sure which terminology to use, but I'll stick to what I know. Let me observe the protocol that has been established over the last 2 days. And also, before I get started, I want to thank Namibia Press Agency for allowing us to, and creating a platform for us to tell our story. So what I'm really going to do here is to talk about the Navahab story, where the mine is coming from, what we're doing, and how we have leveraged communication internally and externally to do what we do. So without wasting a lot of time, my real here is just to communicate or tell you how NavaHub communicates with the external people out there, with the public. So just a brief history from NavaHub. Show how this one works. No? Yeah, oh, there we go. All right, so for some of you that are not aware, NavaHub Gold Mine is in Karibib, some 10 kilometers out of Karibib. I remember there were some jokes that used to fly around that when you're driving to the coast or you're driving to Windhoek, if you blink, you won't even notice that there's a town called Karibib. But that's where we are, and there is a world-class gold mine in there. Most people didn't know that. So, NavaHub Gold Mine, we mine gold with silver as a byproduct. We currently employ, on a permanent basis, 900 employees, and an additional 300 or so that are contractors. And the mine, over the last couple of years, have ramped up our employment. We have embarked on big capital projects that are going to even increase that workforce and extend the life of mine. But there was a point where this didn't look like a reality. There was a point in 2018 where the mine was in big trouble and faced significant challenges. The mine was loss-making. Operating costs were extremely high. There was a lot of uncertainty around the workforce. And we were in trouble. I remember back then, around November, and I don't want to say this with the commissioner in here, otherwise I'll get myself in trouble. But in 2018, there was a point where I didn't know how to pay people's salaries. I just had no money. And we had to postpone some of our creditors so that we could commit our salaries to our employees. So we were in the lowest of the low at that time. And we had to make some tough decisions. We couldn't even go to the banks to borrow. Because when the banks looked at our business plan, they would say, well, George, you actually don't have a business plan here. This does not make any sense. So we knew then that, yes, we have to do something. We have to fix this situation. Otherwise, the livelihood of not just the mine, but the town of Karibib, Usakos, and all the way to Chimpingwe was totally going to be affected. We are the biggest employer in that constituency. So you could imagine that how much lives were going to be impacted. We chose to fight instead of running away. And in that, we launched a project called Project Kaima. For those that are Damara speaking, you know that it means rise up. So we birthed this project. And right from the onset, we said that this project is going to be internally driven. It is going to be driven by our employees. We shied away from engaging very expensive consultants. Well, firstly, we didn't have the money anyway, but we shied away from doing that. And Project Kaima was driven by 5 pillars, focusing on our core activities, what was to mine and to produce gold, improve our efficiencies or productivity, and to literally reduce our operating costs. And then we needed to find innovative ways of growing the mine, boosting our revenue. But more importantly, it was really to engage our workforce and empower them, but to also engage our different stakeholders. Very critical was the requirement that staff move in the same direction. And so communication here was key. Up until that point, lots of people didn't know about NavaHub. We were flying under the radar, doing our thing. We really didn't have any of this proactive communication with most of the stakeholders. We were left alone, which we actually preferred, which suited us very well. No one bothered us. We didn't bother anyone, flew under the radar, which was totally perfect for us. But that had to change. With the challenge that we faced, we had to have a paradigm shift. And this is the story that I want to tell you today, that I want to leave you with. A story of how effective engagement and communication at different levels played a crucial role in saving the mine, and I probably will say saving the whole constituents, really. As I mentioned earlier, we took a decision that this was going to be an employee-driven turnaround strategy. Indeed, it had to be done by us. There was no one out there that was going to come and save us. We had to save ourselves. So we launched Project Kaima, and a lot of activities were initiated, lots of projects were initiated. I can spend the whole day telling you what are some of those projects that we initiated. But to cut the long story short, Project Kaima was a resounding success. So this was in 2018 when we did that. By mid-2019, it was the end of 2019, in the third quarter, we could start seeing the results of this turnaround strategy. The mine was now able to save money. We actually resumed mining operations. It was in 2018, one of the tough decisions we had to do was to stop mining operations just because we couldn't afford it. But before end of 2019, we had resumed mining operations, and we even started recapitalizing on our mining fleet. We purchased a mining fleet of over 800 million Namibian dollar, and then we also invested in expanding our ore processing operations by investing a further 1.5 billion. And we more than tripled our workforce. We have since tripled our gold production between 2018 and 2024, with 2024 being a record-breaking production in the history of the entire mine, and record revenue generated. The commissioner will attest to that he couldn't believe the money that we were sending to Nampa. And by the way, also included paying dividend to the Namibian government, because they are a shareholder in the mine. So we also, I won't say how much, but we paid quite significant dividend to the government. And in 2015, this year, we are poised to break that record again. So record revenues and record contribution to the fiscus as well for 2025. And I think so far, Commissioner, we've already paid in end of June now, I think about 750 million already in corporate income tax and royalties and all those things. And in total, for the past 5 years, we've invested over 5 billion Namibian dollars into capital projects. And guess what? This was done without borrowing a single cent from anyone. Remember what I said, the banks didn't want to talk to us. But today, they are all tripping over themselves to come and fund us. We extended the life of mine to 2033, mining life, and extended processing operations to 2045. In addition, we are also investing over 250 million into surface exploration this year. And we just got board approval beginning of the year to invest over 4 billion Namibian dollars to develop an underground operation. So the future for Nampa Gold Mine is indeed bright. So the question is, how did we get there? How did Project Kaima become such a success? Simply put, engagement, engagement, engagement. Engaging with our employees and engaging with the different stakeholders. We could no longer fly under the radar. If we wanted to get everybody on board, we had to start with our employees. I think it was Madam Hilda, yes, that mentioned it yesterday. It's exactly what she mentioned yesterday is exactly what was right. We needed to first obtain full participation of our employees, to get our employees on board, and our first order of business was to set up a project office that was headed by one of our senior managers and 5 or 6 of our senior staff as well. The project office's job was to really collect inputs from all the employees and coordinate all the action plans that came from all the employees, and then give feedback, because we had to close that loop. My ExCo team and myself, we had daily meetings with the project office, so it didn't matter where I was. At 12 o'clock, I made myself available to talk to the project office, whether online or whether it was physical. We developed a communication strategy with help of Osi Hoebeb Communications. Osi tells me that he was born in Caribbean. Remember what I said, that we didn't want to use external people. So it fit very well with what we wanted to do, that Osi was also born and bred in Caribbean. So that worked very well for us. So we developed this communication strategy and set up what I call project champions across the whole workforce. What that helped was that on each shift, on each floor level, there was a representative of Project Kaima from one of our employees. This strategy allowed us, and it actually created what I would call brand ambassadors. The employees could see that this was working, the mine was moving forward, and there was no one out there that could criticize Navahab, and one of our employees would keep quiet. They would defend Navahab. We had a 98% participation rate on Project Kaima. That's how impactful it was in terms of our employees. So having done that, we now needed to move to the external communication. And believe me when I tell you this, we did not have a public relations office. We never needed one. So any communication that was going out into the public just came from me. We did not have a public relations office. We didn't need it. We didn't cause any trouble to anyone. But that had to change. We had to communicate to external, the public. And in that, just go to the next slide. Like I said, we created brand ambassadors in terms of our employees. So with external communication, we had to ramp up external communication. And the first thing that we did, as I mentioned, let me just go back. I want to go back. The first thing that we did, and some of the strategies that we followed, firstly, was set up the PR office, and then we developed a communication strategy for the public, and that included town hall meetings with our employee, with the community of Karibib, Usakos, and Ochimpingwe. And in that public meetings, we actually shared information about what we were doing, how we were doing, and how the community can come and assist us. Because at that time as well, we started, because of the issues that we were having, we could see that the community was also getting nervous. And I remember that was around 2019 when there was a demonstration against the mine. It was all over the newspapers, a demonstration against the mine, because the public they were worried that this mining is going to close and what will happen. So myself and Osi, we actually went to sit under a tree with some of the community leaders and explain what is it that we're trying to do. And coming out of that meeting, I tell you, they were all excited with what we're doing, and they all wanted to come and chip in and assist. And then we also started consulting them in terms of the CSR project. We had to ramp up our CSI projects or CSI initiatives. And what we did was actually engage them so that they could tell us exactly what they needed in the community. And that is exactly what we did. For example, in Ochimpingwe, and this was quite a shocker to me, that they actually wanted a mortuary. And we built that mortuary for them for 5 million Namibia. We commissioned last year with Honorable Minister of Health. That was commissioned. And then the community of Caribbean said, look, we want a medical center here. Lots of accidents along the road. We do not have a decent medical facility. And we have agreed, and we are going to build that medical facility for the public. It will be run by government, but it will be open to the public. And we have budgeted 80 million to do that. So the picture you see there, that was again Honorable Minister of, or the former Honorable Minister of Health doing the groundbreaking ceremony for the medical center. We also initiated the Golden Egg Project. And the Golden Egg Project was really for us to boost SMEs, to promote SMEs, boost them with capital, training, mentorship, and also assist them in terms of legal compliance. So Nampa, all their registration, we assist them to do that. So we identified 10 SMEs, and all these 10 SMEs today, 5 from Caribbean, 2 from Ochimbingwe, and 3 from Osakos. They are all running, and they are having massive success in terms of job creation and production from SMEs. We also spoke to the community in Caribbean and Osakos, and they said they wanted their informal settlements electrified. And with ourselves and the Ministry of Mines and Energy and the Caribbean Town Council, we invested 3.5 million just to electrify the community. We've got so many other projects. I will not go into all the details about them, but we had so many projects, but those projects came through our discussion with the community. So we had to, this is the Golden Egg Project that was commissioned by the former governor of Irongo. And if you look at our CSI pillars, so entrepreneurship, which is why the Golden Egg is there, health and training, or education and training, which is why today we employ, as we're speaking now, we've got over 100 interns at the mine and over the last 5 years, we had more than 2,000 interns that come to Navakab for training, and most of them actually then gets absorbed into Navakab in terms of employment. Infrastructural development, hospitals, mortuaries, and some people have seen now that there's a traffic lights in Caribbean. That was us doing that. Just to take it further, we understand through Project Kaima and that we needed to respect the media. From all what I've said here, you notice that I haven't been talking about the media. But we now understood that we had to talk to the media. You saw in the last couple of weeks some articles on the gold sector that was coming out, how we are not complying with all sorts of things. We were very upset. I've got John here from B2Gold. We were extremely, extremely upset because what was in there was far from the truth of what we actually do. And here I've just given you a snapshot of the things that we do. So we had to respond. We had to make sure that the media understands what we do and actually write the correct story of everything that we do. So it was important to be proactive with the media and a lot of more media education that we needed to do. So in doing that, we have now set up, the public relations office is now set up, and you know that we've got, for Navahab, we've got a WhatsApp group with all the media houses so that we can provide them up-to-date information when they requested it. So that's what we have done. We continue having an open door policy with the media, and I like that saying, that if you do not speak to the media and create a vacuum, they will speak for you, but without the correct facts, and we needed to fix that. So, going forward, what are we doing? As I mentioned, Navahab is turned around. We are set up to continue breaking our records. We are going to transition into an underground mine. Our workforce is more than tripled, and we see that we are going to even create more employment this year. We continuously want to continue being a low-cost producer, efficient, and we want to boost our production even further. And one of the things that I want to leave you with, that I always tell our employees, is that this resource that we are mining it on behalf of the Namibian people. It belongs to them. We, as the management and as the employees, are just custodians of that resource. And we've been entrusted in making sure that we maximize the value to the Namibian people. And that's what we do. I mean, if you look at the maths, and we'll be able to show you soon, is that if you look at how much of what we make, last year we had a revenue of about 5.5 billion. And of that, 70% of that is cultivated back into Namibia. Through taxes, through procurement, local procurement, through royalties, is invested back into Namibia. And so for us, it's important that we don't create that vacuum, that we continue engaging with the media. The media, we invite you, please come to the mine, come and see what we're doing, come and be able to tell our correct story, because we do have a very beautiful story to tell. Please do. We've got, Nampa is one of those very innovative mines. We've got technology that's not being used anywhere in the world in terms of gold processing. We are some of the pioneers in some of that technology, and we have managed to make it successful. And that is why we have increased our production like that. And one last thing that I would want to mention is that, please, talk to us. We are open, and we want to make sure that you get the right information. Talk to anyone at Nampa. Those are our ambassadors in terms of our employees. They know exactly what's happening, and they will support what you want the correct message. And last, but not least, never allow anyone to tell you that we don't have the skills and knowledge in Namibia. Nampa has proven that that is not true. We did all of these things on our own, without any help from any external person. This was an in-house, local-driven turnaround strategy. So as Namibians, we can do it, and we have proven that with world-class mines, we can establish world-class mines without going out there to seek help from international people. Thank you very much.
Let us once again give Mr. George Bochiwe a golden round of applause, please. Well, we have had it. It's those stories that are never told. So what we hear in the media, or what we read about some of these mines, is just negativity. But then we don't hear that they are spending billions on building mortuaries and other stuff, social responsibility. That part we hardly hear. And it's good, and thank you, Mr. Bochiwe, for actually highlighting what the QKR Namibia Navakhab Gold Mine is doing to actually communicate, stakeholder engagements, and also giving back to their community and what you're doing for your employees. Now, let me tell you something. So you go to a gold mine, for example, like Navakhab, you will never see gold. You won't see gold. So we visited B2 Gold with my team. We wanted to do stories because there was a lot of negativity actually reported about the mine. And when we went there, we were expecting to see and touch gold. And only when you hear the complexity of getting that gold, actually, of mining it from rocks and deep underground, that is when you realize, oh, okay, it is really complex. So we were now joking and asking our tour guide there to say, so if I walk strategically, I wore shoes that has a little bit of holes so that I can, pick up some gold. Will I be able to pick up gold? And he said, no. They were just showing us rough rocks that should be compressed or compressed and processed, and it's a whole complex thing to actually get to that gold. Thank you so much, Mr. Bochue, for that presentation and making us understand Namibia Navajab gold mine and what is happening there. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, I would like, or before that, actually, before our next presentation, I would like to ask if there are any questions on the floor, any additions, or anything that you would like to tell Navajab Mine on what they should improve. No question. Oh, wow, everything was clear, actually. Very good. Up next, I would like to call the my MC who chickened out and put me on the spot. Mr. Ricardo Kwagoseb, he is going to give us a presentation on the Bridging the Gap Effective Stakeholders Engagement for Service Delivery and Policy Impact. He is the Communication and Stakeholders Relations Lead at Hyphen Hydrogen Energy. Let's give him a Hyphen Hydrogen Green Energy round of applause.
Good morning. Yo. I understand now. I think it's a bit, when you're in charge, there's a certain strength and authority that comes with it. And I think getting introduced, I'm not used to that. I'm used to introducing the people. But thank you very much, Asteria. I had to chicken out of the commitments this morning because once we're done with the presentation, then I immediately have to run back to Windhoek. And then head to Ongwediva. We've got the Miss Namibia pageant this weekend. Ne? So colleagues, when you're done here, please do make sure to head over to that side as well, so we can support. Initially, what we had discussed was with Larry to have a discussion here on stage, really to unpack service delivery and policy impact. But unfortunately, he had to leave. He heard that there's a big dog coming here today, and I was told that he got cold feet. So I just want to apologize. I know that you guys are looking forward to a good battle here on stage, but unfortunately, like Asteria said, he chickened out. But we're going to make sure, of course, to try to deliver on that message. So Confidence had asked me, and I think also the engagements yesterday with a lot of the colleagues in the evening, rather than focusing a lot on the issue around policy impact and service delivery, as we initially planned, he said, I think the biggest challenge is just understanding, the whole conversation around the green hydrogen and who exactly Hyphen is, what exactly is their role. I know for many of you, engagements that we've had, the ministers, etc., there's always that one song that comes out that, yes, the politicians, yes, the CEOs are aware of what's going on in the ecosystem, but those of us that are supposed to communicate with the media are not really aware of what's happening. So my presentation will be twofold. I'll give you a little bit of a detail in terms of what exactly is the project. Some of the major questions that have been asked: how much does government own? Was government public money spent on this, etc., etc.? And then at the end of the day, just look at what are some of the stakeholder engagements that we've initially had and the unique challenges when it comes to communicating a mega project or a public-private partnership such as this one. Let me just remove this. There we go. Okay, so we've got, we'll look at the case for green hydrogen and why Namibia, why we have the compelling case around this thing, who is Hyphen, the technical project location, some of the early environmental de-risking work that was done. Then we look at the socio-economic development aspects, the most important ones, the jobs, local procurement, etc., etc. And then we look at the early stakeholder engagements that we initially had. But I think before I get into the presentation, last night I ran into one of my lecturers. He gave me admin law and human rights law, John Nakuta. I think he presented yesterday as well. And we got into a very deep conversation around why we're doing the work that we do, and why some of us, even though we moved out of public sector into private sector, still carry that, still wear the flag, etc. So I think it was important for me to really just change my presentation also initially. It's like when you're running into your class teacher, when you meet them, you automatically start becoming nervous. No matter how old you get, when you meet your teacher, that's always your teacher. And I wanted to take you to a very, very, I think, important thing that many of us forget. When you look at the Namibian Constitution, for many people, they think that the protection of life is the most important aspect of the Constitution. That's not the case. The nucleus is the establishment of the Republic of Namibia and the identification of its territories. Not even your life is more important than the establishment of the Republic, because you don't exist without the Republic. I want to break that down. This is the first article, the first sentence in the Constitution. The Republic of Namibia is hereby established as a sovereign. That's an instruction on its own. Circular state. So when you're praying before you open the parliament, you're praying a Christian prayer. What about the Muslims, the Hindus, and the others? Right? Democratic, ruled by the people. Unitary state, from Kavango West all the way down to Karas region. Rule of law and justice for all. If you know that one sentence, it tells you everything you need to know about who we are as a people and our responsibility to this great nation. Now, there are 4 things in order for you to be recognized as a republic. Because if the republic doesn't exist, we can't protect your rights. We can't protect your freedom of speech. We can't protect your life, the place you stay. So our sole responsibility, the primary responsibility, is the establishment and the protection of the republic and the nation as we know it. And what is that nation? There are 4 requirements in international law. The first one is a defined geographical location, the boundaries that we have. The second one is a defined population. Whether it's, and it doesn't say tribe, what? It says a defined population. No matter the color, whether you're Oshuambo, Tamara, whatever, right? The third one, also a very important one, is a government that's chosen by those people. And the fourth one is the recognition, what's called jus cogens in international law. Your neighbors must recognize that you exist. If your neighbors don't recognize you, then you don't exist. That's why Botswana wants to take a chance with us there, those Kasikili Island stories and so on. Commissioner, you know very well about this, but we'll manage it. So that's I think just before getting to hyphen, I really just wanted to remind us, because most of us that are sitting in here are government communicators, and that's the responsibility that we have. So when you are communicating, even if it's a press release, even the minister is announcing something, whatever, this is the primary responsibility that we have as communicators, the protection of the Republic of Namibia and the nation state as we know it. That's our primary responsibility. Without it, nothing else exists. I'll just give you one example quickly. During COVID, we almost had 3 major diplomatic crises. One with South Africa and one with India. Very, very important. Remember, India is a manufacturer, one of the biggest manufacturers of pharmaceuticals in the world. So when COVID came, nobody understood with this thing. What is it that they're doing? They're saying, no, we cannot export to you. We'll take care of our people first before we give it to you. Right? We had to go to ICJ, etc., write petitions and so on. And all of these things were happening behind the scenes, but it wasn't communicated to prevent us from not getting embargoed and not getting our vitamin C. Imagine what would have happened. Second thing, just an example. At any given time in Namibia, we only have about 3 months worth of food in our warehouses, whether it's Pick n Pay, ShopRite, whatever. So if we go into a war tomorrow with South Africa, within 3 months we're going to eat each other. So that's how important the responsibility is of you that are sitting in this room. Without the right communication at the right time, things could either go completely off the rails or maintain status quo without even ordinary Namibians knowing what's happening behind the scenes. Nonetheless, let me get into it quickly. The case for green hydrogen and why Namibia. Currently, globally, the most important thing, and I think there are 2 defined requirements. The first one is the decarbonization. We've heard everybody's been talking about the ozone layer and the fact that carbon dioxide has been damaging. We've been learning about this since primary school. So there are 2 major demands for green hydrogen globally. The first one is decarbonization. And how do we decarbonize the world? It's by the process what we call direct electrification. And that means that we're using the source energy directly to the end user technology. A good example is cars, for example. Initially, we would create fuel for combustion engine in order to drive the car. But now we're saying the combustion engine is the one that's damaging the ozone layer. So we're saying we're bringing in electric vehicles. That's why we've got hybrids now and EVs. So that's direct electrification. The moment you cut out the combustion engine, then obviously we are dealing with the issue around carbonization. And that is the demand of the world. Globally, we know that there are the Paris Climate Accords, all these agreements that are in place to make sure that globally we have a target to move towards a net zero decarbonization in the future. At the moment, green hydrogen is being used on a number of applications in our electronics, motors, lighting, space heating, space cooling, process heating, cars, buses, etc. So the demand for hydrogen, in fact, it's even in our light bulbs right now as we speak. So it is being used as a foundational element in a lot of our day-to-day applications. It's just that we are really not aware of those applications. So how do we create this green hydrogen? Basically, it's just, I think like Jonah explained yesterday, you run an electricity current through what is called an electrolyzer. Basically in Afrikaans, ons chokie water. And then you separate the hydrogen and oxygen molecules. We capture the hydrogen, release the oxygen in the air. And that electrolyzer is the one that does the magic. So it's a very, very simple process flow in as far as the production of hydrogen is concerned. The current demand globally is sitting at around 100 million tons per annum. That's what is being supplied at the moment. And we are looking at that going up to about 500 to 600 million tons per annum. So there's a huge market for us to be able to sell the derivatives of the green hydrogen. And I'll just explain that to you in a few moments. So the opportunities are plenty. Long-haul trucking, re-electrification, chemical, cement industry, etc. is what we're looking at. But what is the most important thing and what makes this so exciting? Particularly for the president as well. We are not extracting from the ground like, and I think Navahab had a very, very good story to tell right now, so I don't want to use them as an example. We're not taking any minerals out of the ground. We're using the wind that was given by God and the sun that has been there over the last how many years in the park. So we're not extracting anything, taking it, loading it on the bus or on a truck and shipping it off. So we produce the green hydrogen and then add value to the green hydrogen by creating derivatives. And those are the derivatives that get shipped off. So it's not the green hydrogen that gets shipped. Green hydrogen is a very, very volatile gas. It's very, very dangerous. Globally, the technology is very limited in terms of transporting the gas. It has to be under, I think, about 260 degrees minus or something in that line in order for it to be in a form that can be transported. So what we're doing is adding value at production site and creating those derivatives. So for example, if you add a concentrated amount of carbon dioxide, you're able to create methanol. We all know what methanol is used for. It's a basis in alcohol and many other applications within the medical field. If you add nitrogen, you create ammonia, or what we call green ammonia. And that is the product that we're planning on shipping. It's not the green hydrogen itself, but a value-added derivative of green hydrogen. If you add a CO2 to a certain concentration, you create what we call kerosene. Kerosene is a foundational fuel for jet fuel and long-haul aviation. And finally, if you add iron ore, for example, then you create what we call green or raw iron. Now, the benefit of this is we've never played in this space as a country, and that's why we continue being consumers. Now, see how this ties in with what I was starting off with initially. If we have only 3 months of food in store, what is it that we need to do to make sure that we are food secure as a country, particularly where majority of our country is a desert, right? So we need to think about that. How do we come to food security? Is through ammonia. Ammonia is the foundational input ingredient for fertilizer. The moment we produce ammonia in bulk and we have fertilizer in bulk, you can farm in the desert. You can set up hydroponics. There's all sorts of applications that we can use that for. So the thinking right now, particularly from government, is not, yes, we need jobs now, but long term, what kind of industries are we going to build? That's why we need to look at mega projects. It might take 4 or 5 years to construct, but it's not for us. 71% of Namibia's population is under 35. 60% of them are under 30. So it's for our children and their children. It's not for us. So those are the products that get shipped off. fertilizers for explosives, for example, the ammonia, the kerosene is used in aviation, and of course the raw iron, like I mentioned, is used for steel making because we're looking at becoming an industrialized country. So Hyphen is only dealing in one of those, which is the green ammonia, the export of green ammonia. So there's opportunity, once the green hydrogen is produced, for anybody else to come in and add value to any one of those derivatives that I'm mentioning down there. So there's quite a lot that's waiting for us as a country, and major opportunity that we can look at. This is just a quick one, just to look at what the demand and supply is like. It's a novice industry globally. We are taking a chance as a country, but we are positioned very, very well. I'll explain that case now. So currently, globally, there's a high demand in Japan, in Korea, European Union, of course, you've been hearing about so many grants that they've been providing to enable the industry. So there's quite a lot happening, but Europe, Japan and South Korea, those are the major markets, and China, of course, in terms of demand. The US and India, of course, also markets, but the US is very, very far for us to export. If you do business, you have to think about the cost of transport for the goods that you're producing to take to those markets as well. So these are the primary markets that we're looking at. In terms of supply, at the moment, we are in the race. We are literally at the bottom because we've got the best, from a resource perspective, we've got the best resource. But then there are other countries. Morocco is in the play, Saudi Arabia is in the play. Now for large-scale green hydrogen production, there are three things that you need. Of course, you need your wind, you need your sun, but you also need huge land area to be able to build large-scale infrastructure. And currently, right now, of course, as a country, we've got all the space with so many, with such few people, but apparently we still cannot afford houses. But the commissioner is here. He will come and deal with that issue later on. Nonetheless, the space that we have as a country, the huge land mass, also gives us a strategic economic advantage to be able to overscale and end up building oversized mega projects and factories. South Africa, they've recently raised about $7 billion. They are also in the just energy transition right now. We are still discussing who should put money in. The South Africans put $7 billion in. They are about to start building in 2 years' time. The argument that side is not around, can we see the hydrogen? The argument in South Africa right now is, how do we expand the value chains and what else do we build? And that's where we need to come to as a country. So it's a regional collaborative issue. It's not only Namibia that's taking a risk as a country, but it's an overall regional collaborative conversation around this as well. And I'll show you how that makes sense. But who is Hyphen? Once you understand this slide, this really gives you all the details around who Hyphen is and what the project is about. The reason why I was saying that Namibia is one of the world's best green hydrogen production areas is, in terms of the quality of wind that we have here, let's say compared to Europe, who is the largest wind energy producer in the world right now, we have 3 times as much wind onshore compared to what they have offshore. And usually wind is more powerful offshore. But in Namibia, especially in the southern parts of the country, Ludrets, throughout the year, it doesn't change. It literally just stays the same. Every day after 6 o'clock, the wind picks up to a certain level, and that gives us commercial certainty and economic certainty for the business. Number 2, in terms of solar, you can set up in Namibia anywhere in this country, even here at the coast, anywhere, and you will get top 3 solar resources globally. So from a production perspective, we already have the case as a country. The biggest challenge for us is raising the capital to be able to build. Now, what does this mean? If you are saying that you're going to build a project that will, let's say, for example, create 7 gigawatts of power, that automatically means that our dependency on the Southern African power pool, for example, is in jeopardy. Now, if I'm South Africa selling electricity to you, will I want you to have your own power? I want to continue that dependency. That's why it's important for us to understand as communicators. If a story comes to me on the table, it's, but this thing, why is this, we're not going to see the jobs right now. We have to think about what is the context behind this. Before we remove the fence, why was the fence put there in the first place? So yes, it's fine. We can talk about economic integration, we can talk about regional integration, etc. But at the end of the day, we are still competing against each other. And we would want to continue that dependency, and that's what we're looking at in terms of dealing with this project. The location down there, because of the fact that we present a lot to international audiences, we always have to show the audiences where Namibia is on the map of Africa, etc., etc. So that's why the slide looks the way it does. But if you focus your attention on the second column, that basically gives you the project. So it's fully integrated. It's one of the world's largest and lowest cost. We're looking at about 3.5 gigawatts of solar power and about 4 gigawatts of wind power. That will run through an electrolyzer to produce about 370,000 tons of green hydrogen. And then we add value to the green hydrogen on site and create the green ammonia, and that's the product that gets shipped. So we're looking at about 2 million tons of green ammonia at full operation of the project in terms of potential export. Now the good thing is many of you have been asking around, but are we creating the green ammonia just to export it? What about domestic use? And that's where the Namibian government has been brilliant in terms of how they've approached the overall industry. Remember the 2022, when the Green Hydrogen Conference took place in 2022, there was an initial grant that was given of about, I think, 40 million euros. Out of that 40 million euros, what happened was, Hyphen is a private project where government put out a bid. But besides Hyphen, government used the grant funding to set up 4 pilot projects like Jonah explained yesterday. DONERS is one of those. To look at how we can create a downstream industry from green hydrogen. So DONERS is focusing on ammonia production, but also fertilizer production and food production. So DONERS right now in UIS, they've set up those pipes. If you've gone there, make an effort to go and see. You will see for yourself, they are producing food now from the green ammonia. So those are pilot projects that are testing the downstream value chain of green hydrogen that government has set up from grant funding. So no taxpayers' money has been used, nothing from commissioner's purse. This is all international funds. So testing food, and then Cleanergy with ONL. They're the ones that set up now to look at how you can fuel trucks, again, direct electrification using green hydrogen. The third project was with Nampa as well, to look at how to fuel locomotives using green hydrogen as well. So these are all things that are happening, but government had put that money in from grant funding to be able to test downstream those pilot projects as well. So 2 things. 1, private funded, co-sponsored, versus pilot funding to test downstream opportunities within the industry going forward. Are we together on that one? 100%. In terms of the ownership of Hyphen, that's how it's constructed. The main question, of course, is around when we're setting up business. You might have a good idea, you might have the sun, you might have the wind, etc. But if you don't have the finance to be able to, or the capital to finance starting the business, then it's useless. So co-sponsors, 76% is owned by Enertrac and Nicholas Holdings. They're the ones that bid for the project and won the bid. Enertrac is producing green hydrogen since 2005. They're exporting close to 1 million tons a year. Nicholas Holdings is a venture capital firm that has been building and financing large infrastructure capital projects across the continent over the last 20-25 years. So very, very experienced, highly financed, highly skilled technical partners that came together to set up the Hyphen project. And then, of course, 24% of that is owned by government. Now, this 24%, government didn't put any money in to buy this 24%. That came also from the grant funding. Remember the 40 million I mentioned in 2022? That money came from there to finance this as well. So far, there hasn't been any taxpayers' funding used to purchase equity in Hyphen or any green hydrogen project that's running in the country. So that's the first narrative we need to debunk. There hasn't been any public funds used for that. The only place where public funds have been used, for example, is like the establishment of the green hydrogen program, for example. There must be governance structures. And those governance structures cannot be paid for by private capital. Otherwise, what happens? We're opening ourselves up for corruption, right? So that's the structure of Hyphen, 24% owned by government, 76% owned by Enertrac and Nicholas Holding. Obviously, the opportunity is always there to be able to expand on that as well. But remember, this is a $10 billion project. So if it was a direct cash equity buying by government would have had to spend $2.4 billion US. And that would have been complete madness in order for them to get the 24%. So it's a really, really good deal that government has struck, coming in at a very, very good place. I'll speak about the jobs and others later on. I think I can just skip this one. I spoke a little bit about the 24% of the shareholding of government already. Just to understand the ecosystem as well, I know Jonah has touched on it a little bit, but it's important that I just reiterate that as well. There was also a chat around transparency. And the way government has done this has been very, very transparent. It's just that we don't communicate it properly, right? So what we know is that there was an establishment of a Green Hydrogen Council, the GHC, at ministerial level, right? So there's an interministerial and executive council It was chaired by the former Director General of the Planning Commission, Obed Kanjore, and a number of ministries were part of that: environment, urban and rural development, and others. And then there was a joint implementation committee that's responsible, a subcommittee of the GHC that looks at more detailed project execution, where you have your technical guys, right? And then you have the FCC. FCC is where you sit with government as shareholder, the owner's engineer that's building the project, hyphen, etc., on a monthly basis, and update and look at and follow the progress in terms of how far the project is going. And then, of course, the Namibia Green Hydrogen Program is responsible for government oversight and ensuring that the industry is regulated and managed as it's supposed to be. This basically just gives the process. I will share the presentation with you. The issue around transparency: there was an open, transparent bid that was set out by government, and Hyphen won the bid. There were other players that also participated, the likes of Sasol, Fortescue, large multinational corporations, and Hyphen happened to come out because they had a very, very good deal in as far as the socio-economic development components of the project is concerned. So that gives the overall timeline. It started in June 2021 up until where we are now. Bid was won in November. But the most important thing also is that if you look at who was on the negotiating table for government as well, that's where things get very interesting. If you look at your immediate, on the right-hand side, that orange block, you can see there are some serious advisors, advisory firms down there: Slaughter and May, McKinsey and Company, amongst others. So these are the people, Clifford and Chance, that sat together and negotiated the deal with government, with Hyphen, to ensure that the socio-economic development benefits we're about to discuss are included in the agreement. For many people, they think that Hyphen is a completely foreign company. These are the people that are running it at the moment. Only 2 out of these faces are non-Namibians. That's the CEO, Marco Raffinetti, who's sitting immediately on the corner here, on the left-hand side. He's a South African native. He did high school for 3 years in Kitmans. So it's sort of like a homecoming for him. And then we have Chisepi Siraj, who's sitting next to him. He's the Chief Operations Officer. The reason why I'm putting this up is just to share the confidence. Now, Chisepi is coming from Dangote. He just joined Hyphen earlier this year from Dangote Group. He's the one that was the Chief Operations Officer for setting up the oil refinery that was opened last year by Dangote Group. At the peak of that production, construction, they had 56,000 people working, and he was the COO of that operation. Now, for us, it sounds huge, but these are small numbers in industrialized countries and industrialized spaces. I don't know who that guy is next to him, that good-looking chap. And then we've got, for example, Ms. Victoria Peter. She's the head of human resources. She's the daughter of the late Reverend Konjore. Commissioner, I know you'll know. Ms. B, I know you know Reverend Konjore and a number of others. So it's Namibians that are running the project. 2 offices, head office in Windhoek, and then Ludret's office on the other side. If you look at the Ludret's office, those 2 people are very, very interesting. Victoria is the community relations manager for Karas, and Richie is the community relations manager for Hartap. Now, when you're doing a development project like this, we have to look at it. We know that there is a certain sense that the South is underdeveloped compared to the North. Now, from an economic perspective, I completely understand why that makes sense. There are more people on the other side, there's more economic activity. Naturally, it will move that end. But if you're looking at development and nation building, you always look at how you balance the narrative as well, and also deal with issues around perception. Because it has the power to destroy a nation. So we bring in Victoria and Richie, appoint them as community relations managers to ensure that the voices of the North, of the Southerners, Hartap and Karas, are heard. So that's the second point also, in as far as policy impact is concerned. If we do not listen to the perceptions and the needs of the people on the ground, even if you have the technical understanding of why certain things look the way they do, then you're not communicating effectively. Now, for the shareholders, they couldn't understand why we need community relations managers. But as a son of the soil, I understand the nuances. If you're sitting where, if you're at a bar, we know the conversations. I don't even need to apply. A perfect example, when the SASCAL scholarships came out, the first round of scholarships, the ones that were launched recently is the 3rd round. When the first scholarships came out, do you know how many Southerners applied? 1. Out of 107 scholarships that were given, there was 1 Southerner. And that Southerner's name is Franklin Mungunda. The numbers was squat. Because now there's Franklin Mungunda from the south that's getting this thing. And the rest of the names, as Shikongos, now the people are getting angry. But what is the issue here? It's those perceptions that we're talking about. But what happens at the end of it? That's exactly the outcome. So we appointed the community relations managers to really look into making sure the voices are heard. It doesn't mean that there will be unequal distribution of corporate social investment or whatever, but it's to make sure that the ear is there and that the people feel like they are represented. Because without that, we cannot really have impact. I'll just skip over this as well, just to give you the technical project overview, the location where it is. This was also one of the challenges that we had. When people talk about Salt Cape National Park, it sounds like it is an Amazon jungle with animals swinging on trees, etc. It's a desert. Go and see the desert. For 110 years, there was no access to Salt Cape National Park. It was owned by the diamond mining companies. So for the first time, it's really being opened up. But there's already been industrial activity through diamond mining that has been taking place there as well. So what you're seeing on your left-hand side, at the bottom, those two light ones are the two land parcels that Hyphen got. But government is planning on a complete hydrogen valley. So Ludritz is literally here on the corner. About 72 kilometers from Ludritz, in the middle where that small dot is, that's where the electrolyzer is going to be. Let me just show you here. So these are the land parcels of Hyphen. But the rest of these land parcels are also going to be offered up by bid by government. So Hyphen is the first project that's unlocking the whole Southern Corridor Valley. That's going to be called the Hydrogen Valley. So the plan by government is to have this whole area as an industrialized area producing renewable energy green products. That's the plan. Because you need to ask yourself, what is our strategic advantage as a country? We are a desert. Yeah? We have got some gold, yes, but all of those commodities are being controlled globally. So we always say, oh, the market, the market, the market, the market. So we are always at the whims of the market. So we need to put up a position for ourselves as a country that will allow us to build leverage within the global human security conversation of water, food, and energy. That's where that comes in. So Hyphen is the first one. We unlock it, and then the rest of the projects will also be announced. Bids will be put out, people will apply, and then we'll have that area developing a complete green hydrogen valley. And that's also just zoomed in just for you to show you closer how it looks like. So what we have is about a concession of 2,000 square kilometers, 2 pieces, and then additional 14,000 square kilometers government will avail for more bids that will go out for other players to come into it and make the market a little bit more competitive as well. And then, of course, one of the important things to note is that green line that you're seeing with the dots that are coming in is what we call common user infrastructure. So because we are such an environmentally sensitive country and a champion globally, in fact, nobody can tell us about environmental management. We teach the world when it comes to environmental management. That's what we call common user infrastructure. So we'll build the infrastructure once off, oversize it so that the next projects that come in also just plug in there as well. That's why the Hyphen project is so expensive at $10 billion, because it's preparing common user infrastructure for a complete industry that's going to come immediately once Hyphen has been established. So the thinking behind this Hage Kengop and his people, it was completely brilliant. Like the vision, I can't even begin to explain how forward thinking our founders were. But that's a conversation for another day. So what we're looking at is part of that corridor forms part of the plan of overall regional security. Now, this is a slide that we don't show to the Europeans because this is ours as Africans. In South Africa, there are developments right now. Remember the 7 billion I mentioned to you earlier on. Part of what they're doing is to develop at Saldanha Bay production plant for green hydrogen. At Secunda in Gauteng, they're building a jet fuel production station for aviation fuel for planes. Right? And in Saldanha, that's where they're going to do green steel as well. So what we are producing here already has a market regionally and internationally. And those dots that you're seeing is common user infrastructure that Namibia and South Africa are planning on building long term as part of the regional economic integration. Another issue that was quite a bit of an issue was around Shark Island. Some traditional authorities want shares apparently in Hyphen. They had 10 billion. The guys, hey. Yeah, but this is the nation that Sam Nujoma had built, the level of entitlement that we have as Namibians, and it's a very, very good thing. So there were talks around the expansion of the port by Nampa. There were historical expansions, Robert Harbour. Currently, Robert Harbour is full. There's no space. But we are announcing new industries, green hydrogen, oil and gas, kelp farming by Kelp Blue, etc., etc. That's a historical expansion by Nampa, close to Shark Island. It has nothing to do with green hydrogen. There's a new, completely new development on the west side of, on the southern side of Lutritz called Angra Point. That's where the new port is going to be built. That will facilitate the production not only of green hydrogen, green ammonia, and other derivatives that will come from there, that all the other companies are also going to produce. So, not at Shark Island. That's an old Nampa development. We're doing a completely new one at Angra Point. Now, the Shark Island is very sensitive because they say yeah, that the remains could be there, etc., etc. But here's the thing about us now as Namibians. At Shark Island, there's been a camp there this whole time. So when Nampa wants to expand the port, you are saying, our ancestors, oh, don't do it. But the Europeans are camping on your ancestors' remains every night. Shark Island, there's a camp there. So these are the things, the challenges that we're facing when we're communicating and dealing with these things. I'm standing in front of, in Lutritz, in the auditorium, and I'm asking, okay, Shark Island, no, it's sensitive, it's a we don't want to do. Okay. Can I go by there? No, it's a sensitive. Okay, but there's a camp. So that's what people are doing. Oh, then the room goes quiet. So that's also one of the things that we need to look out for. The nuances when we are communicating some of these projects, the sensitivities around these things. There's always opportunity. When we're doing projects, but we need to always look at who does what benefit. So you can't not be angry when people are drinking and partying on a campsite on Shark Island, but be mad at Nampa when it wants to expand it to create more jobs and bring economic development. Where do our priorities lie? So we need to really look into that as well. And I know this one is going to get me into trouble. But anyway, this just explains the common user infrastructure. It's too technical, but the important thing here is the fact that the project flow in the park, we're creating the solar and wind energy, producing the green hydrogen, and that gets transported to Angra Point at the port, and that's where the ammonia is going to be produced and then shipped off from there. So that's the basic. All of these are very, very technical, many blocks, details. If you have time, please let me know. You can invite me at any time. I can come to the institution, whether it's a ministry, SOE, whatever, and then we can go into detail into some of these items as well. This is basically just the timeline of the project. I think we can skip this as well. Environmental de-risking, a very, very important one. It's important that I touched on this as well. Namibia basically is a huge national park. Our whole coastline is under one or the other form of conservation. About 42% of our land mass is under one or the other form of conservation as well. We've got a very, very comprehensive Environmental Management Act of 2007, environmental management plans. If you want to do anything, even kick a rock in this country, you must ask for permission to be able to do that. So there's very few people that can, in fact, no one can lecture us on environmental management globally. We are the ones that give the frameworks to the United Nations for the work that they're doing. Even during COVID, do you know that during COVID, that our regulations that we used for education were the ones that were implemented globally by the World Health Organization? In terms of the masks, the onus being on the school to make sure that there is sanitation and masks at the schools. That was our government, but that wasn't communicated. So as part of the environmental management, we'll follow the hierarchy, the mitigation hierarchy. The environmental social impact assessment is starting this year. There were some early baseline studies done, but the process has to run. The project is also being built according to the IFC performance standards by the World Bank. I'm sure Commissioner is familiar with that as well. those performance standards, because of the fact that it's being financed globally, require certain human rights to be respected, biodiversity to be protected. Look at people, if they are those that are displaced, etc., etc. So it's built on very, very rigorous international standards in as far as managing this is concerned. So we know that there is, I know the Chamber of Environment, Dr. Chris Brown and them, they put out a red hydrogen, etc., etc. But again, like I say, when we are communicators, what are the interests? For civil society organizations, what is their relevance right now in the country? Civil society organizations, you thrive on solving problems. We don't have a political strife in Namibia. There's no journalists getting locked up. There's no, Itula is still walking around there. He's not, you know. So nobody's been prosecuted. So what is the next frontier? It's environment and economics. So for civil societies to survive, we understand they must criticize, they must raise funding, but we have to be honest and be critical about what we are putting out there. So if somebody says red hydrogen and a press release goes out, you're not double checking with me, you go and put it out there. Say, Namibia wants to destroy biodiversity. But what does that mean? What does that translate to? That story now is on the Africa Press Agency's page. Then it goes, then it goes, then it goes. Tomorrow our president is standing at the United Nations, wants to motivate something on this, but then there is a story that says that we are trying to destroy the biodiversity. Completely false, just because nobody came and double checked and to ensure that, oh, this is fine. But because Chris Brown said it, or because civil society, it must be true. So that's also the danger that we need to be careful about. Double checking information all the time and making sure that we are truthful in terms of what we are communicating. But our biggest responsibility, like I said, still goes back to Article 1. In terms of the footprint, there's a big talk, like I mentioned a bit earlier on. The size of the park is about 26,000 square kilometers. It's huge. How big is 26,000 square kilometers? Let's say Israel is 22,000 square kilometers, the country Israel. So this national park is bigger than Israel as a country. That's how much space that we have. But Hyphen will only use about 0.5% of that physical space to build the infrastructure. So about 115 square kilometers will be disturbed, including about 300 kilometers of roads. That's it. And then we still have the rest of the park left for further development. Just on a socio-economic development, I'm finishing up just now. What makes this project, I think, very, very important, and this is also where we come to the crux of some of the messaging when you're communicating around green hydrogen. The primary target really is socio-economic development, is creation of jobs, and how to ensure that Namibian businesses benefit from local procurement. Now, there was a framework put together, what we call in the socio-economic development framework. Hold on, let me go back. That socio-economic development framework basically highlights how many jobs minimum the project must create, about 15,000 during construction and 3,000 during operation of the 40-year lifespan of the project. Out of those 15,000, about 90%, and this is in the agreement with government, 90% must be Namibians. 20% of that, young Namibians, under 35. So, Janet, us, we are out. We're not getting jobs there. We're not part of the 20% anymore. And then there is, of course, also the requirement around local procurement. For local procurement, it's 30%. Currently, oil and gas are falling all over the place, trying to decide on a little 10%. We have gone beyond that. The government has already agreed 30%, set the standard for the rest of the industry. So everybody else that comes in has to follow that 30%, right? Now, you can't say we'll get a better deal of oil in Angola. You can't do the same for the sun. We've got top 3 sun resources. You can go somewhere else, but you're not going to find the same quality. So it gives us the kind of leverage to be able to negotiate. That's why we've got 30% on procurement and 90% employment for Namibians as a requirement. And all of this, of course, is tied into NDP 6. I was precursing, so I can't do this because the protocol, president must first announce it. So this is basically the bottom line in terms of what you're going forward, communications with public in as far as the green hydrogen production is concerned and what the socio-economic development benefits of the project is. Number 1, the employment that I mentioned. Number 2, local procurement. We cannot meet those 2 items without skills. Number 1, We do not produce green hydrogen as it is, so we don't have the kind of specialized skills. That's why over the last 2 years, remember the scholarships I mentioned a bit earlier on? Those people are now standing at over 300 with the last cohort that's about to go out. So there are, as we speak, over 227 Namibians doing masters and PhDs in chemical engineering, ammonia production, fertilizer production, etc. But that's not communicated. People were asking now, oh, is it the first time that we're getting scholarships? It wasn't the first time scholarships came out. This is the third round. So that's the responsibility that we have in as far as pushing this information out there is concerned. The final one, just on this one, on supplementary infrastructure really, is also Ludritz and Aus. Ludrit's current population is about 17,000. If we're saying we bring in 15,000 people through green hydrogen and an additional 5 or 6 from oil and gas, it will put significant pressure on the infrastructure in the town. So what has happened over the last 2 years also, again, communication. Hyphen had paid for a consultant to assist with the town transformation plan for Ludritz and Aus. Those plans were finalized already in 2023. Last year, government for the first time availed 140 million Namibian dollars to Ludritz and Aus. 101 for Ludritz and 40 for Aus. For the first time historically, to upgrade their critical and economic infrastructure, pipelines, etc., roads, and so on, schools. I mean, there's one butchery in Ludritz. If you bring in another 15,000 people, you will need more. That has happened. Now, for this financial year, another 110 million for Ludritz. Again, so when we're talking about benefits around green hydrogen, it's not something that's still coming. It's already happening. Scholarships are out. Money has been allocated. Government is committed. Roads are being built. Infrastructure is being increased. And then I think that just really shows the road that we're taking in terms of turning these commitments, targets into commitments. This is the last one, just early stakeholder engagement activities that we had. The SED framework was launched in 2023. There's a national roadshow that has been running. It's going to close off next week. We're doing Omaheke and Omaruru next week. And then all the 14 regions would have been covered. Now that's also the uniqueness about this project and about green hydrogen. There are two responsibilities that we have for communication here. The first one is to create awareness around green hydrogen, what it is, what's its use. People are saying, yeah, show us the gas. No. How do you see oxygen? Hey, Namibians sometimes. Show us the gas, show us. So number one, it's that public awareness around what is green hydrogen. Why are we doing this thing? And then number two, understanding the project itself. So when we do the roadshow, Jonah's team first presents government strategy, and then we come in with the project itself and explain what the project is about. So there has been a lot of stakeholder engagement that has been done. We're very deliberate in terms of this. I said, look, go to all 14 regions. I know as a private company, you don't need to do this, but you have to invest. In Namibia, we are consultative democracy. We consult, we get social buy-in. Number two, it has to be in tandem with local and regional government. So we work through governor's office, we work through constituency councillors. And this is important because if we do not use the institutions, they lose their functionality. It's like if you don't use your arm. If you put your arm on the table for 6 months, it will fall off eventually. That's the nature of who we are as human beings. That's why it's important to use the structures that are established. So people say they have a stakeholder engagement in Wellfish Bay and the hall is empty. But why? Because you didn't work through the structures. You didn't speak to the people that speak to the people. Because I'm on Facebook, I think that the primary source of news, for example, is digital. It's not. In Namibia, 78% of Namibians still use radio as the primary source of news. Primary source. Then people complain, oh, the hall is empty. That's why it's important for us to go to the people, work through the structures. When you work through the structures, you're also empowering not only the authorities, but the leadership that the people chose. You don't need to like Commissioner, but he represents the Office of Revenue, right? So that's the office that we're respecting. So in conclusion, we did a very, very broad SED framework launched. We went out, all 14 regions, town hall style, speak to the people, and still until now, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done in as far as understanding what green hydrogen is about. I think on that note, I'll leave it. There's quite a lot still to say about this, but these are just one or two key themes that came out from here. I think, Commissioner, you'll be interested in this as well. concerns regarding distrust of government and equity. So in the stakeholder engagements, we always do not just make the presentations, but also try to get feedback from the constituents as well, so that we are able to improve on the work that we're doing and improve on our communication. So concerns regarding distrust of government and equity, that's held there as well. That's why that slide is very important, to explain how the equity was gotten and what that equity means. Appeals for CSI support. We're currently painting the schools, building new hostel for the school in Aus, and a lot of other corporate social investment initiatives. Safety worries around green hydrogen. That's why understanding the technical aspect of the project is very, very important. And then, of course, appeals for educational assistance, scholarships are out, and ensuring fairness and inclusion in benefit sharing. That's a very, very important one. When we did the roadshows starting in 2023, those were the main concerns. That's why the community relations managers were appointed for the 2 regions. And yeah, that's the story from my side. Time well used, right, 45 minutes. Thank you very much.
Don't go just yet, Ricardo, because I wanted you to touch on something. I'm sure it was probably in one of the slides, but you know, green hydrogen is one of those projects that are very complex to explain to the layman on the street. Imagine now me trying to explain green hydrogen to my grandmother in Onanda or my mom in Ochikuchachipse, to understand what is green hydrogen all about, what am I going to benefit from green hydrogen. So one thing probably that Ricardo, I would like you to touch on is how do you close the gap when it comes to communication and the language that the people actually have to, or the language that the people speak in different communities that you visit, so that they understand. I've seen actually, when we visited Lodritz, you have had some pamphlets that were also translated in different languages. So how are you guys trying to make the community, especially within the Erongo region, pardon me, not Erongo region, but Paras region, to understand what is green hydrogen and what an individual will be able to benefit from that?
Is this, can I?
It should be on.
I think this is on.
Yeah.
Okay, then you can just use that one. I think, in terms of bridging the gap, one of the important things and what makes Namibia also very unique is that we have got such a diverse country. Can you hear? No. Okay, let me use this. What makes Namibia very also challenging for communication, but also exciting, is because we are such a diverse country, right? Different tribes, different languages. And it's expensive. When you see it in the C-suite, when you have to convince the chief financial officer to release funds for translations, it's expensive, but we have to do that. So our point of departure is always making sure that we speak in the languages that the people understand. That's why when you're in Lodritz, all the brochures that you saw were in the different languages, Shwambo. And it's also crazy because now it's not only, you can't say Oshiwambo, you have to say now, okay, is it Oshindonga, is it Oshikwanyama, is it in Nama? There's also the different dialects that you also have to consider. So it's basics. Stick to the basics. If you're going to produce anything for communication, make sure that that's translated. And it's because we miss some of those basic steps that the effectiveness of our communication suffers, right? Because okay, now we are all English speaking, it's the official language, you spend most of the time, even at home with our children, we speak English. But then you forget that there's a wider community out there that you're communicating to that doesn't benefit from your day-to-day urban lifestyle. We follow the basics, then it's much easier. Translate, work with your radio, work with your print media. It's the easiest way to get the communication across.
Thank you, Ricardo. Basically, that was my question, unless there is another question from the floor. It's either you also didn't understand, or okay, we have a few hands. Who's going to help with the mic, please? Okay, just 3 more hands or 2 more hands. Okay, let's have just 2 questions. I'm warned of time and people want to take their tea.
Yes, thank you for that informative presentation. My name is Aludru Pinehas from Oshakati Local Authority. I want to understand.
Can you stand so that the camera can pick you up?
Oh, okay. Yes, I want to understand where you were talking about the new port to be built. Because yesterday the CEO from Nampa told us that they only know about the Ruderates and Walvis Bay.
Angra Point is actually in Ludritz.
Oh.
Yeah, Angra Point is in Ludritz.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's just a location, Angra Point.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Disney Andreas. Ricardo, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm from the Namibia Nature Foundation, the civil society organization that you were referring to. I think before I lead or I get to my question, maybe just a comment, and it goes back, if your presentation can go back online, if that's okay. Ricardo.
No, go ahead. Get to the question and then we'll... Is there a particular slide you wanted to refer to?
Yes.
Okay, Carl.
Okay. I'm actually quite happy that you mentioned that Namibia has a robust Environmental Management Act, and the fact that we also, we are also in a position to call ourselves one of, I think, Africa's leading conservation spaces that have been covered across the entire landscape of Namibia. I think it's unfair to just refer to it's a desert, and I'm using or mimicking how you put it, because one of the things that we do need to consider is the site or the location of where the project is. It is regarded as one of, if not a few, global biodiversity hotspots, as well in an arid area, as well as one of the largest near pristine wilderness in or on Earth. Yes, there is the Amazon that we are used to. You see the animals, you see, the bush. But also, Namibia is known for its arid uniqueness. So we need to be sensitive as communicators when we are sharing this information. Because like you said, you don't know who's in the room and you don't know who has more passion to driving the cause. We all want to be on the same bandwagon. I'm sorry if my point is... Yeah. No. He's busy on the phone, so I'm just trying to get to...
I'm just taking note of what you are...
sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So communicating that and emphasizing that, it's just a desert, I think it's a little bit unfair to communicate that to people, because you're putting it's not important tone or notion to what you were saying. So to my question, and this also goes back to the positioning paper by the Namibia Chamber of Environment. The same way a newspaper will put out information that is either or omitting the main point of the press statement that we drafted for them to publish, and then the narrative is different. That was also a position paper on how they think this project might impact the environment. You don't have control over that, absolutely. Did they consult you? Maybe not. How, in your position as the communications and stakeholder relations lead at Hyphen, how do you manage that? How do you make sure that you bring that partner back and discuss and have that conversation to say, well, we have considered all this, we have gotten permission from the government, this is our stance, we concur with you, we understand the impact it has. How do you do that from a strategic or a communication strategic point of view? Thank you.
I think, let me start with the first one around the desert. That was tongue-in-cheek. I don't know who did not pick up that I was being tongue-in-cheek when I said that's a desert. Can you just raise your... Who did not? Okay, so it's only 2 people. 3. Okay, so everybody else got the tone that it was, I was being tongue-in-cheek, I'm joking about it, right? But I also understand what you're saying in terms of that, and that's the kind of sensitivity that we need to look at in terms of communication. If I didn't deliver it properly, then I'd failed in terms of that delivery, right? The second thing is in terms of the red hydrogen, and I think it's important. We need to be honest and sincere when we're engaging these things. And I'll just put things into perspective. I'm also the deputy chairperson of the Namibia Institute of Democracy, NID, right? One of the important things is, and that's the reason why I made the comment around civil society. I grew up in civil society, NBC, where I worked, but for the most part, House of Democracy is where we grew up. One of the things that we know is that all civil society organizations have different interests. If somebody's saying, don't touch that, on behalf of who are they saying? Yes, it's a pristine environment, etc., etc. Most of the arguments were in favor of tourism. And many of the arguments were, yeah, tourism is going to be affected, protect the pristine nature, etc. Somebody else, the contrarian view is, oh, we must protect the trees and go hungry so that the Europeans can come and look at the animals when they are on holiday in June. We want the thing to be built so we can have something from there, right? So we have to be very sincere and honest about the interests that are being driven when things are being published. And it's not the same as a newspaper headline being put in. With news, there are rigorous requirements in as far as putting the information together is concerned. It must be balanced. There's checks and balances. There's an editor, a sub-editor before the story comes out. And we have an opportunity to correct it. But if you're putting out a position paper as an apex body representing an industry in the country, and you don't consult the subject, I mean, it makes absolute no sense. So how do I take it on this end as the company, right? The paper is being put up, government is not being spoken to, hyphen is not being spoken to. The assessor has just started beginning of this year. On what basis was the paper put out? What scientific evidence or study was done? None. So this is the challenge that we're sitting with in terms of just correcting also that misinformation. But if we have to meet each other halfway, we have to be sincere. And sometimes as communicators, you have to be on the offensive. That's just how we move it. But we can take the conversation offline and unpack it a little bit more as well. But in conclusion, was the opportunity provided? Yes, plenty. Did they show up? No.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ricardo. Now you understand why I said I'm going to wear my own shoes. I'm not going to wear Ricardo's shoes. Thank you so much for clarity, and thank you for that well-packaged presentation. And the conversation continues during the tea break, which we are taking now. Let's continue networking. Let's also clap for Ricardo from Hyphen Hydrogen. He is the communication and stakeholder relations lead there. And if you need or you have more questions to ask him, actually, just get his number, because he said he's running out and he's driving out of town. So you need to get his number so that you can actually, pose all those questions and try by all means to understand how this whole green hydrogen project works. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now break for tea, and later on we come back. When we come back, Ms. Kambala, Johanna Kambala, or Lady J, was born today, so we are going to sing for her. Happy birthday. What is the easiest happy birthday song to sing? Yeah, that's all. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. May the light of the Lord shine on you. Happy birthday to you. Blessed happy birthday to everybody also born today. Let's be back here in 15 minutes.
come to smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself no two parts like this. So many things inside of my jeans. Slide down, DBTs.
Ladies and gentlemen, please may we make our way back into the hall so that we can continue. We basically are running out of time. Let's just grab our cups and then we come and sit so that we can continue with our presentations.
distinguished political leaders. Okay, perfect.
And seeing that they are excellencies also, will also bring a presentation. Maybe you want to acknowledge that. After your presentation, then it will be, no, it will be after Shinkwa, but let me just find out what time, because they said as soon as State House is ready, we'll just go. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, please, may we take up our seats? You can come in with your cup of tea if you're not done with it, so that we at least continue with our presentations. We still have a few more presentations to listen to. Thank you very much. Time is of essence, so we are just going to continue without the rest of you. I know great conversations happen during, the taking of a cup of coffee and tea, but ladies and gentlemen, final call. May we all please take up our seats so that we can continue with day 3 and the grand finale of this Effective Communicators Conference. Maybe I'm not communicating. I think I'm not. Should I speak in another language? Because they say, speak in the language that the people will understand. Ilenye. I don't know Afrikaans. I only know one phrase in Afrikaans. Ons gaan vorentoe. Whether you are here or not, ons gaan vorentoe. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned from the beginning, we will be graced by Her Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, Madame Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, and we wouldn't want to keep her waiting for us to actually sit down before, we give her a chance. But while you are all sitting down, I would like to introduce our next speaker or presenter to the stage, just to hear from the leadership and development communication point of view through a regional lens. I would like us to welcome to the podium Chief Regional Officer of the Erongo region, Dr. Sam Ntelamo. That is not enough. Please.
Good morning. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the distinguished honorable members from the regional councils. I've spotted a few, and all the distinguished, no, I'm fine. And all the other distinguished government leaders from the private sector and the public sector as well. As I've been introduced, I'm going to share with you very few slides. You are in our region, and we are taking this opportunity to market, to sell what you can get in this region. Good. So the region that you are visiting is called Erongo region. And that name, Erongo, is actually derived from the Erongo Mountains. I think they are somehow visible as you are driving through the B2 road coming to Swakopmund. We are located to the southwest of the capital, Windhoek. We have this long stretch of the shoreline we share with Kunene region and Hardap and Karas region. Interestingly, we are very much urbanized. I think we are the second after the Commerce region. In terms of the population, we have 7 constituencies. I'm going to talk to that. But we have 87% of our population living or residing in the urban areas. The population as of the 2023 census, we stand at 240,000. And you can see that we actually grew. Oh, I hope this thing works. Doesn't work? Okay, that's fine. It works. Oh, I have to point here. No. All right. Yes, we actually grew from, they've changed my slide as well. Yes, we are 240,000, and there's been a slight population increase from the 2011 census to the recent. So you can tell there is a bit of high urban migration because of the potential of the region. So I just use this. All right, perfect. Okay, now I need to go back, and back. Yes. Yeah, we were, oh man. All right, this thing doesn't work. Yes, we actually, the population grew from 150,000 to 240,000 within the space of 10 years. So that is mainly attributed to rural urban migration and semi-urban migration as well. The beauty of this region is that you can access this region through air, rail, road, and sea. You can't find that anywhere in the country. That's why you need to invest in our region. And of course, yes, we're actually a conduit for national, regional, and international trade. I think you had a presentation yesterday from the CEO of Nampa. Things are happening in the region. And of course, the fact that this is an effective Communicators conference, I want also to assure you that the region is media friendly. Yeah, okay. In terms of what you get as you visit our region, you have this meeting here in this historic Swakopmund town that you don't find anywhere in the country. Sorry, Linda, I'm marketing on your behalf. Yes, we have the Swakopmund town. It's very historic. There are so many things that you can see. I think this meeting ends today. You can take a stroll, drive around. You'll find several sites that are worthy visiting. The Dunes Belt is one significant historic signals that actually builds up on the beauty of this region, the moon landscape, as well as the unique Erongo Mountains upon which this region was named. And then we have the Brandberg Mountain, which is 200 kilometers from here. And that Brandberg Mountain is now a candidate for World Heritage status. So you should join us in the advocacy to convince UNESCO to grant us that status. Yes, in terms of the business opportunities, yes, fishing, processing, mining, and all that. I'll speak to that as well in detail. Now, this is what constitutes our region. you have the government structure as the national government now. You have 3 tiers of government. You have the central government, the regional government, and local authorities. So we fit in that space of the regional government. And I've shared with you a map there. It's a pity this thing doesn't work. It doesn't work. I'm pressing this piece. See. No. I'm looking for the pointer. Yes. Oh, yes, I'm looking for the pointer. Okay, yes. Sorry, he didn't want to admit that the pointer is not working. Yes, it's not working. So this is what you have. We have, that's why I wanted to have the pointer. This is actually the region, and every part of the region has something that it offers. Daure's constituency, you have Uis, that's where they mine lithium, your tin, tantalum, and there's so many other prospects there. And then you have the Omaruru, if you've heard about the exportation of tiles, it's from that area. And then you have Karibib, your Navajo mine, gold mine is there. And then you come down to Wavish Bay, that's where you get the salt. So there's just so much that I can tell you about this region. Now, we have 7 constituencies, as you have them plotted there. 7 constituencies and 7 towns with 4 settlements. And from those 4 settlements, we're actually elevating 1. In fact, we just got it gazetted yesterday. Uis is now declared a village council. If there's anyone from Uis here, Uis is actually is gazetted as a town. You can bring in your bank. You can bring in all the services that were not there. And even if you want to, well, for those that live in Uis, you want to build a house, I think the banks will now be able to support that. And then Arandis, I think the pilot on the green hydrogen is very successful in that Arandis town. And then, yeah, so we have those 4 settlements, of which 1 is actually going to be upgraded. And then there's a growth point on Machete. There's also so much there. There's a mine that is going to be opening very soon. I think there's some prospects for gold mining. And then, okay, in terms of the coverage of the region, the distance, or the size of the region is nearly 8% of the national land surface. I've talked about the population. Okay, that's fine. So this is our regional leadership. We just received our new governor, who started last week Tuesday. They were appointed when, yeah, yes. If for those that glued themselves on the TV, you must have seen she actually delivered her first SORA on Wednesday. So besides that, the regional structure, you have the chairperson of the regional council. You have the regional councillors. So for all the constituencies that I've shared, each constituency has a councillor. And then you have myself as the regional administrator. And then we have structures within all the 7 local authorities and their chief executives, of which some of them, I believe, they are in this room. All right. So in terms of our mandate, we do regional planning, very important. We provide oversight on the local authorities. Community empowerment, we need to involve the communities in everything that we do. So in the Erongo region, we don't do bottom-top approach. It's normally, no, it's not top-bottom, but it's bottom-top. And when necessary, top-bottom. Revenue collection is something that we also do as a regional council to make sure that we keep the council afloat. And then, of course, leveraging on spaces for environment. We are there to create a conducive environment for businesses to come to the Erongo and invest. All right? And then I'm sharing with you, these are the potential areas of investment. So if you are in this room, you're a communicator and you want to invest, we have a thriving fishing and processing industry. So I've told you about the coastline that we share with the 3 neighbors, Kunene, Hardap, and Karas, yes. Yeah, so there's that market is still virgin. I know there are people that are already in the fishing industry, but we still need more investment in that area. Offshore exploration, I'm sure you've heard, I think There were people from Shell that visited Namibia during this week. So that is still another avenue for investment. Tourism, I've just told you about UIS. UIS, if you are going to, government is now, we are now working on the project called the Western Corridor. That corridor will be able to take you through. If you want to drive, if you want to go to Ruacana, for example, in future, in the next 5 years, you may not need to go through Ochorongo. You can actually start your trip in Wavish Bay, Swakopmund, Hentis Bay, Uis, Korihas, Kamanyab. You're already in the the 4 northern regions. Yeah, so what I'm trying to say here is that, throughout this Western Corridor, there are exotic landscapes that you can explore. So the area is also virgin and it's ready for investment. If you have resources and you want to establish a lodge, you want to establish a hotel in the middle of nothing, there is space for you. Renewable energy, I think the previous presenter talked about Haifen and all that. Yes, the Rongo region is actually, we are the center of renewable energy, if you like, and nothing beats us on that one. If you drive back to Windhoek, pass through Arandes, you'll see a lot of initiatives on green hydrogen. Agriculture, yes, we are an arid region, but not that we cannot produce our own food. We're an arid region. It doesn't rain here like it does in Zambezi, the north, Kavango, and all that. But there's also space for livestock farming and crop production. So these are some of the areas that are still very virgin, and you're invited, please, to invest. Mining, there's a flurry of minerals from gold, metal ores, copper, zinc, lithium, silver, tin, vanadium, semi-precious stones, tantalite, phosphate, sulfur, to mention but a few. So if the point I was working, I was going to tell you where you can find what. So yes, we are ready for investment in those areas. Real estate is actually one area. I've talked to you about UIS that is opening up now for future investments. So if you have those dollars, please come and set up, they call them condominiums, flats and houses in UIS. It's virgin as well, the land. We actually had a conference 2 weeks ago where we also did the same. It's virgin, you can come there and invest. Even in Swakopmund, Wabish Bay, the next town here is Hentis Bay. There's plenty of land, and I'm sure there are people here from Hentis Bay. Please speak to them. They can give you a bit of guide on how to apply for land in that town. Transport and logistics, I think as you're driving here, you've seen how busy our road is. So that is also one virgin industry that is still very much open for newcomers. And then lastly is the recreational activities. If you are driving to Hentis Bay from here, there's a place called Floskasbagen. That whole land belongs to the regional council, and if you're a potential investor, in the next month we are going to be advertising. There'll be a number of plots that needs to be developed. So there's potential. Even if you want to build your small house here, a holiday home, Commissioner, we are going to be opening that space so people can apply, and we actually want more people to have their holiday homes in our region. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, my presentation ends here. I want to invite you to partner with us and invest in the regional council, in the Irongo region, not council, in the Irongo region, where the sea meets the desert. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ntelamo, for that brief introduction on the regional development, as well as communicating to the general public on what Irongo is all about. Now, let me tell you something. The Ministry of ICT, 2 years ago, 2023, actually came up with the public entities or public entities communicators or communications officers awards. Now the ministry awards all with our stakeholders, Ministry of ICT stakeholders, and some of you new sponsors that I'm seeing in this room today coming on board. Thank you so much for coming on board and supporting the public entities communications officers awards. I'm already, looking for sponsors, and I can see some of them, so I will come and approach you. We need your help to actually award our public relations officers or our communicators for the job that they are doing. Now, let me tell you, Erongo region was one of the regions that actually won 2023, if I'm not mistaken, or they won the best regional category when it comes to communicating. So please, let us give them a great round of applause. Additionally, when you mention Erongo region, I do not want to actually leave out the public relations officer of Swakopmund. She was also one of those who actually scooped the award of the best communicator in the country once upon a time. Let's give it up for her, please. So now this conference actually also comes at a good time as the ministry is busy preparing, and preparations are actually at an advanced stage. We are again planning to host the Public Entities Communications Awards later during the year. I'm not going to mention the month, or because I don't have all the information and I don't want to be, told, yeah, you told people it's in September, but then it's in December. So please, let's get ready. As I said, I see, and you have seen the billions and millions presented here. So we will gladly appreciate your sponsorship towards awarding our communicators, ladies and gentlemen. Our next presentation is from Xinhua News Agency, and that is Mr. Jin Zheng. I hope I pronounced your name properly. He is the Deputy Chief Editor of Xinhua News Agency, all the way from China. Let's listen in on how global media is actually reporting not only on Africa, but on Namibia, and how they actually communicate the news out there when it comes actually to covering Africa. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome him to the podium.
Good morning. Honorable President, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jin Zheng. It's what I have to pronounce. You can call me King if you like. I'm from Kenya, and my Swahili name is Kimani. Thank you. I'm the Deputy Editor-in-Chief of Xinhua News Agency, Africa Regional Bureau, which is based in Nairobi. So it's a great pleasure to join all of you at the Effective Communicators Conference 2025. Before I start, I would like to share some of my feelings from the past few days. I have been working in Kenya for more than 5 years, but this is my first time to visit Namibia. My first visit to this beautiful country is nothing short of inspiring. From the moment I arrived, I was embraced by the pleasant weather and beautiful scenery, as well as the hospitality and enthusiasm of local people. Thank you. Standing here in Swakopmund, where the Atlantic Ocean meets the Namib Desert, I'm reminded of an old Chinese saying, "The ceaseless inflow of rivers makes the ocean deep." It's an old Chinese saying. These days, media professionals from Namibia and other countries in Africa have gathered here to contribute every drop of water or stories so that the world may hear the powerful waves rising from the continent. Allow me to introduce Xinhua News Agency first. These are some numbers I can explain. Xinhua is founded in 1931 and has a history of over 90 years. After the founding of the People's Republic of China in 1949, Xinhua officially became the state news agency. In 2019, Xinhua became one of the 4 major news agencies in the world recognized by the International Olympic Committee, and it was the only representative from a developing country. Xinhua has a staff of nearly 13,000 and operates more than 220 branches worldwide, including 184 overseas bureaus. It provides all media products such as text, photos, charts, audio, and video to users all over the world in 15 languages, 24 hours a day. Xinhua has long placed high priority on news coverage in Africa. In 1956, Xinhua established its first bureau on the continent in Cairo. 3 years later, it set up its first sub-Saharan Africa bureau in Accra. In 1986, Xinhua established its Africa Regional Bureau in Nairobi, so that's why I came from Nairobi. We have 2 colleagues there. In Nairobi, what we do is coordinating news reporting and editing across sub-Saharan Africa. As of now, Xinhua has a total of 30 bureaus in sub-Saharan Africa. And the latest one was established in Bissau in April this year. Xinhua set up its Windhoek Bureau in 1990, shortly after Namibia gained independence, making us among the earliest international media outlets present here. For over 3 decades, our bureau has played an active role in reporting Namibia's journey of nation building, socioeconomic development, and its growing international engagement. In addition, Xinhua's Windhoek Bureau actively engages with Chinese enterprises operating in Namibia. We consistently report on their local initiatives, investment activities, infrastructure projects, and their social responsibilities. Xinhua maintains a strong partnership with Nampa. We have regular exchanges of news, joint coverage on significant events, and mutual logistical support. We have also enjoyed positive collaboration with local media organizations, such as the African Youth Newspaper and Namibia Daily News. We have cooperation in sharing news content, coordinating event coverage, and fostering professional exchanges that enrich our respective readerships. We firmly believe in professional journalism's role in strengthening mutual understanding between Namibia and China, as well as between Namibia and the broader international community. During the 3-day conference, one word that keeps coming up again and again is communication. I think communication is not just about sharing information, it's about connecting people, cultures, and ideas. In the few past days, we have looked at communication from many different angles. Today, I'd like to offer a media perspective by sharing Xinhua's communication practices in Africa. As media outlets, I think we have a responsibility to tell the stories of Africa in a truthful, balanced, all-around way. However, it's regrettable that for many years, some international narratives about Africa have been shaped by limited perspectives, often overlooking the richness, resilience, and realities of this continent. In October last year, we published a news report titled, "Study Says Africa Losing $4.2 billion annually amid biased coverage." This report was compiled by Africa Practice, a strategic consulting firm, and Africa No Filter, an advocacy lobby. The study blames the stereotypical portrayal of the continent by some media for eroding investors' confidence and stunting growth. According to the study, the $4.2 billion in losses occasioned by negative media coverage annually could fund the education of 12 million African children and provide immunization to over 73 million children. Behind this story is a deep and growing expectations across African societies for fair and balanced media coverage. We have also sought to better understand how African people view foreign media coverage through our channels. 2 years ago, Xinhua conducted a questionnaire and interview survey among African scholars at a university in China. The findings show that some African scholars believe that certain media outlets fail to show adequate respect when reporting on Africa. Notably, 90.2% of respondents said what they most hope to see in international media are more stories about Africa's development achievements. Chinese President once said, China and Africa account for 1/3 of the world population. Without our modernization, there will be no global modernization. He also said, as an African proverb goes, a friend is someone you share the path with. On the path to modernization, no one, no country should be left behind. So, in the past, Xinhua was a witness and recorder of Africa's liberation and independence. Nowadays, we focus more on the inspiring stories of Africa and China joining hands to advance modernization. We are committed to telling Africa's story through reporting that is objective, fair, truthful, and constructive. Our goal is to share the continent's authentic voices and diverse realities with the world. By doing so, we hope to break stereotypes, build mutual understanding, and foster trust. To achieve this, Xinhua has embraced new media platforms and digital technologies to keep pace with the times. We strive to provide in-depth coverage of Africa's steady pursuit of independence and its vibrant path toward modernization. At the same time, Xinhua actively serves as a bridge for people-to-people exchanges between Africa and China, helping more people around the world to understand and get to know Africa. Although internet development in Africa began later than in some parts of the world, the continent is now one of the fastest growing regions for mobile internet adoption. As the youngest continent in the world, Africa is home to about 1.4 billion population with a median age of less than 20. This suggests that social media and online media in Africa hold enormous growth potential. Today, more and more young Africans are turning to new media as their primary source of information, and we have also taken notice of this trend. In 2021, Xinhua Africa Regional Bureau launched an English multimedia service column called Hello Africa. I think Mr. Kanzondu is familiar with this, our friends from Nampa. News reports are presented in an integrated multimedia format, including text, photos, and videos, telling local stories of Africa and stories of Africa-China relations. Those reports are also shared across global social media platforms such as Facebook, X, YouTube, to reach wider audiences. In 2022, we began working with the smartphone brand Techno. I think you guys may know about this telephone brand, right? Techno, yeah. To bring our stories even close to African readers. Together, we launched a multilingual news account on their mobile app, Scooper News, called Jumbo News, is our account name. Through this platform, Xinhua now shares news in English, French, Arabic, and Swahili directly to users' phones. Today, Jumbo News has attracted more than 3 million followers, and we are excited to keep growing together with our African readers. Let me share with you the type of stories from the social media coverage that have drawn the most attention. First, stories that give voice to Africa. In recent years, Africa has been rethinking its development path. striving to reduce external dependence and pursue political, economic, and cultural self-reliance. Today, an increasing number of African countries are asserting their independence on the global stage. They're refusing to take sides in great power rivalries and are speaking up clearly for Africa's interests and priorities. From the AU officially becoming a member of the G20 to African figures assuming leadership positions in international organizations such as the WTO and WHO, and then to the 19th Summit of the Non-Alignment Movement and the Third South Summit being held in Uganda last year. These are all powerful signs of Africa's growing voice on the world stage. Xinhua provided timely, objective, and comprehensive reporting and analysis on these events that reflect the remarkable increase in Africa's international influence. The 39th AU Summit was held in February this year, focusing on the continent's pursuit of self-reliance, efforts to rectify historical injustices, and solid progress toward the modernization goals setting Agenda 2063. Xinhua released a news report titled African Union Summit Amplifies Collective Call of Emerging Global South. The report was based on first-hand observation of African countries' call for unity and self-reliance. It also featured insights from scholars and experts on Africa's determined efforts to achieve justice, equity, and equity representation on the global stage. Second, stories that showcase Africa's progress. As we all know that Africa has its own stories to tell, and the world needs to see the progress and achievements of African countries. Our journalists across Africa continue to report in depth on political, economic, and cultural and other fields in the countries and regions where they are based, telling vivid, real-life stories of Africa's development. For example, we reported on how Botswana rose from humble beginnings to become known as a well-loved country in Africa, thanks to its diamond resources and sound governance. We also covered Namibia's inspiring story. As the country actively pursues economic diversification, it has made a major offshore oil and gas discovery, an opportunity that could help reshape its economic structure and fuel its path toward great prosperity. Through these in-depth reports, we aim to present a comprehensive picture of African countries advancing on the road to modernization. Last year, we especially released a series of reports titled African Wisdom in Global Sustainable Development. We know that Africa is not only the hardest hit continent of climate change, but also one of the regions with the weakest response capacity. Yet, despite the challenges, the principles of environmental protection and green living are taking root across the continent, reflected in the everyday choices and practices of ordinary people. Our journalists went into villages, towns, and cities to report on how ordinary Africans are turning green ideas into real change. In Zimbabwe, an artist turns bloody tools used by poachers into powerful artworks that promote wildlife protection. In Botswana, some young entrepreneurs are turning trash into treasure, recycling waste and creating jobs for their communities. In Zambia, a woman uses old tires to make beautiful and useful furniture for the home. These simple but creative efforts show how African people are using local ideas to protect the environment and helping build a greener future for us all. Third, stories about Africa-China relations. China-Africa has similar historical experiences, so we emphasize with each other and have always offered mutual respect and support. That's why telling the stories of African China, building bridges through cultural and people exchanges, and deepening mutual understanding have become the key responsibilities of Xinhua. Chinese Kung Fu is popular in many African countries. One story we have been following closely is that of a 6-year-old Tanzania girl named Saidi. Guided by her father, she began learning Kung Fu at just about 3 years old. Her father is the founder of a Kung Fu club in Dar es Salaam. He trained at the famous Shaolin Temple in central China's Henan province and has since taught Kung Fu to more than 1,500 students across Tanzania. Every time we report on the Tanzania girl, the stories reach over 100,000 views on Facebook, which shows just how much interest and admiration there is for Kung Fu and for the girl's journey. Also in Tanzania, we recently reported a story of teachers from China who teach the Chinese languages at Dar es Salaam University. They are learning Swahili. Those Chinese teachers believe that compared with communicating in English, learning the local language can help them communicate better with students. As more and more Tanzanian people are learning Chinese and more Chinese people in Tanzania are learning Swahili, this two-way language exchange is becoming a new highlight of the relations between the two countries. During and around the time of the Beijing summit of FOCAC last year, our reports focused on the 10 partnership action plans, presenting a comprehensive picture of Africa-China cooperation achievements in various fields such as industry, agriculture, trade, and healthcare. We released nearly 20 high-level interview articles in different languages. The interviewees including 15 presidents or prime ministers in Africa. Last November, Xinhua hosted the first Global South Media Think Tank Forum in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Presidents from China and Brazil sent congratulatory messages to the forum. The forum highlighted the shared challenges faced by media in the Global South today, and will continue to serve as an important platform for promoting cooperation, mutual benefit, and common development among Global South countries. This November, Xinhua will host the forum in Johannesburg. Through this event, we aim to set an example of collaboration among countries, in developing countries, and contribute through the power of media to building a shared future for humanity. As China's state news agency, Xinhua will continue to deepen its collaboration with media partners across Africa. We're committed to expanding content sharing, strengthening training program, and advancing technical collaboration. We warmly welcome you to follow Xinhua and to work with us in telling African stories to the world. Last but not the least, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Nampa and the Ministry of ICT for providing this important platform for communication. I look forward to deepening our cooperation in the future and to working together on innovative strategies to enhance effective communication in the digital age. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zeng, Deputy Chief Editor of Xinhua News Agency, for telling us how Xinhua is actually telling the African story and the Namibian story, to be specific. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like now to just give a huge thanks to our sponsors, or our esteemed sponsors, for actually making this possible, both materially or otherwise. Thank you so much to our main sponsors, Swakop Uranium. May we please give them a uranium round of applause. I would also like to give a big thanks to the following corporates who also played a huge role in actually bringing us here and putting this conference together. I would like to say thanks to QKR, Namibian Navahub Gold Mine. Let's please give them a golden hand. Burker Hughes, another round of applause for them, please. Lepangelo Mining Company as well. Pupkavits Toyota. It's a pity we are not getting cars, but thank you, Pupkavits, for coming on board. The Namibia Press Agency, this is the huge one, eh? Luckily, I don't owe them, they owe me. B2 Gold Namibia. And last but definitely not least, Hyphen Hydrogen. Well, I will not do justice if I do not also applaud my employer, the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology, for the support towards this conference. That is not enough. Linda yesterday gave 5 rounds of applause to her boss and her town. So please give another round of applause to the Ministry of ICT. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would also now like to inform you, or actually just urge you to visit the NAMRA stand for any tax-related inquiries, and that is where they are going to catch you, actually, if you are evading tax. So please make your way to their stand and just check how your tax returns, or how do you stand there with them, and also visit the Nampa stand and grab some of the specials that they have or they are running on the sales of the Founding Fathers Legacy book, the Dr. Hage Geingob Legacy book, and the Triple N or Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah Value Proposition book, and the biography of the late Dr. Hage Geingob titled Whispers of Freedom and authored by my other boss also, my boss's bosses, Dr. Audrine Mate. Please, let's give them a round of applause as well. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome to the podium, or help me welcome to the podium, Mr. Confidence Musariri. He is Nampa's Chief Commercial Officer. He's going to give us a brief on the Nampa story and how they're actually telling the Namibian story, or Africa story as well. As Mr. Zeng has mentioned, they also have a partnership on spreading news and stories across Africa and Namibia. A round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are just buying time. We are waiting for the signal from the presidency. So don't be on the edge. We are fine. So we decided to do this. So when the president is ready, the screens will come on, and then we will transmit the speech of Her Excellency. Thank you very much. The reason why I was watching the program, I'm coming for the vote of thanks towards the end, and for the survey that we want to do. But we thought, okay, let's just do this. There is a brilliant parting shot that is coming after all these presentations from our commissioner of NAMRA. You don't want to miss that. If you followed him over the last 20, 30 years of his personal journey, there is also now his NAMRA journey. So you don't want to miss that. He's one of the best motivators Namibia has ever produced. So, right, while you're waiting for that, I'll just take you through what Nampa does. Many people always don't know what Nampa does. Many people always wonder, what do you guys really do? So I'll do that. You've seen those publications that my colleagues were talking about. We've produced legacy publications, but that's one of our side hustles. We are actually a de facto commercial arm of government. So meaning we do the things that government does for free, then we just charge. And then we do it with bigger quality. All right, and the government gives you, and then we also give you on top with extra. We've got a virtual newsroom. If you open any newspaper today, you see something called Nampa in most of the stories. But you don't know who's Nampa. Nampa is a big virtual newsroom of over 40 journalists that produce news. When you listen to radio, they just start talking. The news read by, then they start reading the news. They get it on Nampa. Nampa is all over Namibia, in all the regions, in all the towns. So when you're having an event and there's no journalist from a media house, the journalists get the news from Nampa. We have a kitchen that we have. and then they just come and choose what they want from the kitchen. It's a buffet, if you want to understand it that way. The only challenge we have is that some always take the other news, then they ignore your news. Then you'll be like, but Nampa was here, because we have it there. We give to AFP, to Xinhua, as we had our colleague was talking here. We give to AFP, we give to Reuters, we give also to other countries. We give to NBC content as well. Sometimes content you see, just that we don't say it is us, but we do that as a news agency. So they get us through subscriptions, which we have opened to all the entities now. You can also access our subscriptions. It's the same amount you buy for all the newspapers that you have. You can get it, you can take that and put on your website. Most of your website don't have news. They only have vacancies and tenders. But the news is there. Nampa has news for your websites. So you choose, if you're into business, you say, Nampa, I'm subscribing. It's very cheap. I think in a month, maybe it's 5,000 or something. And you calculate 5 newspapers in Namibia per week times all the ones that you buy, you find that it accumulates to probably 4,000 or 5,000. So we give that. We have archived material of everything that has happened in Namibia. That is why we have managed to produce those booklets I showed you earlier on. So we are open to all of you colleagues to give you as much content as you want. You can say, no, we focus on trade. We want content on trade. Nampa will give you content on trade that you put on your website. You can put on your newspapers, on your social media posts. You can invite us. We write the stories for you, and it goes that way. Amen. Thank you. Nampa is producing presidential portraits. You know about the presidential portraits, but it's not just presidential portraits. We do for the founding father. We're producing for the ministers. We're producing for councils. We're producing for boards. Why? Because we decided to sort of have standard. You don't want to get at the border, you see there's a funny A2 poster. You go somewhere else, there's an A3 poster of your president. You see there's an A5 poster of a minister and all that stuff, and the font is totally, we heard about branding. So Nampa produces that. You just get in touch with us. We'll give you that. We come, we take photos of your councillors, of your board members. Voila, you have it at almost no price. We've got something called Nampa TV. Nampa TV is alive. If you go into New York, is it Wall Street? Is it Wall Street? Is it Wall Street? Right, if you go into Wall Street, there's a big screen. The biggest screen in Wall Street is owned by Xinhua Net. Xinhua, the guys that were speaking. So when you see in the movies, there's someone on the screens and they're doing the news. It comes from Xinhua. Nampa has that. And I'm going to show you what it does. So within our TV, we also do live streaming, much of the productions from here. We do documentaries and productions. You have seen documentaries on the founding father. You have seen documentaries of our president. We do it, either we give NBC. We work with NBC. We are partners with NBC. We don't compete. We give them because sometimes they are focusing on the news of the day. We give them all that content. We do a lot of productions that you may want us to tell your stories. We've got special publications. We have done regional profiles that the NIPDB has taken. So a regional profile of Zambezi or for Shikoto, for people to know your region when people go for expos. We produce that at almost no hassle. In most instances, we'll be like, no, just pay the printing cost, especially if you're government agents. So you don't have to worry. We can even do your annual reports as well. We can do that. Right, like I say, we are de facto commercial arm of government. Amen. Thank you. So we've got this thing in our newsroom called Nampa TV. We are bringing it to you. We will be launching it very soon. If you go to South Africa, you find TV screens. In South Africa at the airport, there's someone who runs that, all the news is at the airport. That's the virtual newsroom that we have. So we are taking it and we are putting it at our TVs very soon. You'll be seeing news like that. Not only that, we are also going to be seeing that news in your offices if you want. If you work for a bank, if you go in the banks, there's no news. People are sitting at notice in the queue. There's no news. There's no content. We have a lot of content. We have a lot of credible content. We don't go tomorrow and say, no, we made a mistake. In our 35 years of existence, we've never done that. Our content is always credible and is compelling and it tells the Namibian story. So we do that because that is who we are. So we can do that also, give you the TV screens just within the subscription that you have. We are working on that with our colleagues from Xinhua, and then we should be able to do that. So, as is our confidence, so is our capacity. If you need any of the things I've said, you can just email us on those numbers, then we can talk. I think I'm done with my pitch. You can put your hands together for Nampa. All right. George, are we ready? Not yet. It's good. So if you are not ready, can I go to my next screen? We're waiting for Your Excellency. So it's good that after that, then Tate just finishes.
Okay, through me. I know Nampa is,
Yes.
the organizer of this, but just speak through me, please. You may go ahead, confidence.
Okay, which part should I start? Okay, thank you. Can I go to the next mentee? So people are going after this. People have been identified to go for the mining excursion, to go and see the third biggest mining producer in the world after Kazakhstan, I think in Canada. We are going to see that, as was expounded yesterday by the Executive VP, Tate Simata. 40 people have been identified, and also, if you'd want to go, only 40 can go. Make sure you don't bring heels or open shoes. Make sure you bring closed feet. And if your doctor has told you that you're expecting, make sure you do not go. All right. You would not be good for you to be exposed to where we are going. Right. The vehicles are leaving. The bus is leaving here at 13:45. 13:45. The bus is leaving. It's a 2-hour engagement, and then we should be back. All right. All right, can you put it in presenter mode? Okay, it's fine, right? All right, I want you to go on your phone while you're waiting for Your Excellency. Just go on your phone and type menti.com, menti.com, MENTI.com. All of us, please, I'm asking you with the humbleness of a child of God. Menti.com, we want to do a small survey quickly. We have had almost all the executives here. We have had almost all the councillors. We have political leadership. We have had almost everyone here. We have had journalists. We have editors. We have had people that communicate directly on the crowd, to the people. Menti, MENT for Terence, I.com. If you go in there, they ask you for a code. Please put that code there, 62362692. This code that you see on the screen, you can use that. Are we all in? Okay. Menti, that's the code there. Menti.com, use that code, please. You can't see. Your eyes were taken during the liberation. We died for this country. 62362692 is the code. Please go on menti.com quickly. We are out of time. 62362692. I think it's okay. Yes, brilliant. I think now you can see. 62362692, menti.com. Are we all on it? Thank you. Right, let's move. I want you to answer, as you see there. Just answer in your phone. I want to have your name. Describe the conference in one word. Just describe this conference in one word. Anything as you fit. Describe as you see in one word. We are just doing a small survey. We were taught AI the other day. People were asking us, no, we must put in a box suggestion. I said, no, we don't do that. We are communicators. Right, just describe in one word. When you're done, you enter, put your answer. Describe in one word the conference in one word. Any word that you think of. Those are the answers everyone is putting up. Right, powerful, rich, exceptional, great, effective, fantastic. Oh, okay, it's a lot of stuff. All right, let me go back. Can I go back? All right, there's a lot. People are still typing. When you type, you press submit. While you're waiting for Your Excellency. There's a lot of answers. We are about 200 in here, so I'll just take the first ones that respond. I'll move to the next one. Which conference style impressed you the most? We are preparing for 2026. Was it the panel discussions? Was it the presentations? Was it the cluster sessions? Was it all or none of the above? All right, which style impressed you the most? Yela, okay. The presentations are the ones that people are doing like what I'm doing now. Don't judge based on this presentation, the previous ones. The panel discussions, the cluster. Yes, someone says none of these things was making sense. Thank you for being democratic and all right. Some people are still coming. So, we have got 113 people, but still I have 10 people that have not responded. Of the people online, I have 10 people. All right, thank you. I'm left with another 10 again. Okay, let's move on because of time. Did the conference meet your expectations? Yes, indeed, not at all or partially. Did this conference meet your... Please don't lie, people of God. All right. Did the conference meet your expectations? All right. So when I get to about 100 people who have responded, then I can move on. I already have 100 now. You can see the answers. All right. So I can move on. Which speaker, presenter, topic did you find most valuable or engaging? You can put the name of the speaker or the name of the presenter or the topic that was presented that you found more impressing. You can put one, you can put two. It's up to you. Yes. All right. We see that. I think Jonah is typing himself. Where's Jonah? Jonah, I need to see. Lift your hands, Chief. Okay, I see. Jonah won't does that, guys. It's going to be dangerous. Okay. So, someone saying all of them, but one that stood out. There are very beautiful women in the world, but one stands out for you. Yes, one that stood out. I'm still on 64 out of 120 people. Emma, I see those names. Emma is the Honorable Minister, right? Okay, all right, I believe so. All right, Toivo, the uranium story, interesting. Romeo, I think you're seeing that. Mehilda, Toivo. There are still more answers underneath, but just because of time. We're almost finishing. What other topics should we include in the next conference that are relevant to your professional interests? What other topic should we include at the next conference? What other topics should we include that are relevant to you? Thank you for mentioning mental health, regional activities, social media, branding. Yes, we had branding, but unfortunately, team got caught up somewhere. Right, speech writing and protocol. I think Wanda did that. Maybe we got caught up somewhere. But it's fine. Let them come through. Let them come through. Let them come through. I don't know what topic is John, but I believe maybe it's an old answer. Okay. All right. Can I move on? All right. If you want to see much of this conference, you can go on www.effectivecommunicatorsconference.com. All your photos are there. We are going to compile a report that we are also sharing with the ministry and going to cabinet based on all the findings. We have officials from the ministry that are doing the rapporteuring work together with Nampa. So there's a lot that we are going to do from here. The scheduling, are we fine with the timing? Next year, should we do it when? Same time, or give us better time next year? Or any time is tea time? You will definitely come if we say, we are doing it on December or we are doing it in March. Yes, this is interesting. All right, I'm about to get to 100. Give us better. I think this one is coming from my colleagues from Zambezi. Give us better season, because here it's cold here. So I know this is coming from Zambezi and the Kavango regions where it's a bit hotter sometime. All right, I'll move on. What suggestions do you have for improving future conferences? Yes, now you can shoot. You can also write in your mother language, it's fine. Yes, what suggestions do you have? All right, brilliant. Time management, okay. All right. Time management. Okay. All right. Allocate enough time for cluster sessions. Okay. But if you remember earlier on, cluster sessions only had about 7 people that they said were impressive. Out of 100 people said cluster sessions. The first, second question. Which session was good? There were 7 people that said cluster were good. So I think this is one from the 7 people. All right. How do you rate the quality of networking opportunities at this conference? Tremendous networking opportunities. Not enough time. It's so-so. 50-50 or it was good. All right. So if you strongly agree, it moves to the yes. So-so, it's in the middle. And then if you agree, it moves yes. You see, there's 20 people already fighting between so-so and tremendous networking. George, are we fine with State House? Okay, brilliant. So they're finishing the national anthem, so they do the welcoming. We are only crossing over for the excellent speech. Then we'll come back for Tate, who will do the closing and everything from the commissioner. All right. Please don't go before the commissioner, please. All right, there you see, tremendous, and then so-so. Not enough time for networking, maybe because of time management that we saw earlier on. Food. Say something. Food. Is Anthea here? Okay, she'll get to know. Food. All right, food can improve. Yeah. All right, thank you very much. At least, yeah, 70% saying food can improve, and yeah, 28 said, all right, 77 the best, and okay, thank you. The venue. Okay. All right. I think, so that means we need to come back here next year. Oh. All right. The CRO, Dr. Ntelamo is clapping hands like, yeah, you're coming back. All right. The marketing of the conference. Okay. We are on 80 people. And we are getting to 100. 60% are saying marketing was average. Shova, it's us, eh? We're average. Okay, exceptional. All right, good. At least the good outweighs the bad. Okay, I'm above 100, so I'll move on. I'm almost done. Message to advise to organizers or sponsors. Message or advice, anything. Anything you want to say? Yeah, this is the time. We don't have to ask anyone now. Seek more sponsors. Okay. We planned this conference, for your own information, ladies and gentlemen. We started making the moves from the 1st of June, 2025. And our first presentation to all the stakeholders was the week of the 10th of June. And we pitched it to the ministry on the 18th of June. And we invited all the stakeholders, and we are done by the 18th of July. Just so you know. So it has been organized in 2 months, but of course the planning behind the scenes took time. All right, there you go. I'm just waiting for us to get to 100 people. All right, 90. All right, come back. This is from Dr. Ntelamo. Come back, I can tell. I think we are done. Oh, yeah. Oh, someone is asking, what is this? This is the registration. Maybe you did not pay this registration amount. So we want to know whether we should increase it or we should actually reduce it. That's the amount that people paid for registration. When you we cannot say it's too much on 1.2. We cannot say it's too much. Yes, our CEO is also seeing these things because he was part of the figure. What do we do? All right. We will be there no matter what price is the one that is leading. So it's not anyone else. It's the delegates have said 127, and out of 127, 53 have said we'll be there no matter what price. 41 are saying this should be free. I know this, the people who are writing that. I actually I know them. Yeah. I know them. It's too little increase. Okay. All right. George, we're good. We can cross over now, I believe. All right, thank you very much. People, delegates and officials, again, we will not do the vote of thanks because our MC has been doing it, but we want to appreciate everyone who's been part of this thing. We'll take notes from this survey we have done so that we can improve and we can make it bigger and better. So thank you very much. I want to leave time to our production team. Our production team will cross us over. We good? All right, so after the Excellency, we'll have the Nampa Commissioner will take over and then do his presentation, and we finalize. We have lunch. 13:45, the transport will be here to go to the mine, and it will be back roughly around 4:30 or so. So if your name is not on the list, you must go and check if your name is written. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Confidence Musariri, for that presentation. And I love how you actually just ended with the feedback so that we know where can we improve. You know, it's the first of its kind. And I love the attendance. Ready? Now to the highlight of the day. I didn't want Confidence to steal this one from me. This is very important. Introducing the president, the first female president of the Republic of Namibia. I've been watching him since he was like, are we ready to cross over? I said, you are not going to do that. I am the one who is going to introduce Her Excellency myself. Please, it's big for me, guys. Clap for me. I'm a celebrity now. We can take photos later, not now, not now. So, are we ready? Just give me a thumbs up if we are ready. But in the meantime, we have a few announcements. Some of them Confidence already, announced. We have an attendance register going or circulating. Please make sure that you sign in. And if you haven't signed yesterday or the day before, please just try by all means to get the attendance register and sign in. Somebody lost their sunglasses yesterday. Good news. They are found. Michael right here, who's seated next to me, has the glasses. You can just pick them up from there. So it's good to actually lose something and just, find it, indeed. You're good to go? All right, while we are actually getting ready to cross over to the State House, I would like again to thank our sponsors, and I would like to thank Swakopmund Uranium for being the biggest or the big sponsor for this conference. But also, I would like to thank the Namibia Revenue Agency. I'm so sorry for omitting you from there. As much as I said you owe me money now, I will have a difficult time getting my money from you. But thank you so much, Namra, for coming on board. We have QKR, Namibia Navahab Gold Mine, Burker Hughes, Epangelo Mining Company, Pupkavits, Toyota, Namibia Revenue Agency. I'm mentioning you so many times so that you can please forgive me, Mr. Shivute and Tonateni right there. B2 Gold, Namibia Hydrogen, and the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Also, as I said, there are some books that are on sale at the Nampa stand right behind the hall. They are selling the Founding Fathers Legacy book, the Dr. Hage Geingob Legacy book, the Triple N or Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah Value Proposition book, the biography of the late Dr. Hage Geingob titled Whispers of Freedom, authored by our very own Dr. Audrey.
of all ministries that are here, Dr. Harold Murangi. I don't know what happened, you look too young. Maybe it's Nipam. Chairperson of Public Service Commission, service chiefs,
launched. It's a political story of Dr. Hage Geingob. So how much is this one? Let's put a price on it. We will confirm the price. But if you go to the Nampa stand, you'll be able to get the price from there. And then we have the, this is a pictorial book, right? Yeah, it's just pictorial book of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, the late founding president of the Republic of Namibia. It's a very nice book, actually, to also take for your kids and you know, your kids and your grandkids and your great-grandkids. It's a good quality to actually keep. It's 800 Namibia dollars only. And then we have the biography of these are also pictorial books of Her Excellency Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, Namibia Value Proposition books. So very good quality books, beautiful pictures that you can actually get also for your children or for yourself actually as well, your grandkids and your great-grandkids. To actually, you know, keep as archive of history. Thank you very much, Michael. Are we ready yet to cross over? Because, you know, English is very expensive, hey? Especially on a Friday, and you have been speaking English the whole week. You know, let me tell you a short story. It could be boring, but okay. So I have friends from Katima. Now, you know, when you're with them, the only language you speak is English. And then they get tired of speaking English. Then you are there, you Washwambo speaker, and the only language you will actually be able to interact with them is English. Then they go, my English, Nana. I'm tired, my English every day from 8 to 5. I'm left out. These people started speaking their language. Then I'm like, you are being selfish. Please, let's speak English. The part that made me, you know, feel like it's my English, from 8 to 5. So,
female president of the Republic of Namibia.
Okay, we're almost there.
Namibians went to the polls last year in November to elect the president and the political party that should govern Namibia for the next 5 years. There were 15 presidential candidates and 21 political parties in the race, in which Her Excellency President Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa won that race hands down. So did the SWAPO party. This gave President Nandi Ndaitwa and the SWAPO party the mandate to form the 8th administration, in which you are as public servants today. As public servants, therefore, over 100,000 of you, it is imperative that you diligently
Support Her Excellency in this historic march forward. Support her with your dedication and hard work to daily meet the hopes and aspirations of the Namibian people through successful implementation of the manifesto as well as the NDP 6, which she will launch next week. As the stewards of the 8th administration, we have placed our mission on the shoulders of an extraordinary person. Her Excellency, as the Bonfries, like the same madam here, will say, Your Excellency, I'm trying to be cool like these young people. You are, Your Excellency, our political Jedi master. Those of us who are a bit gray, you will find out. She's hands-on, humble, and humane, details-oriented and firm. When it comes to taking decisions, she's never found wanting. And if you want to offend her, just come to her and tell her it is work in progress. One unique feature about her, which I have come to realize, and I think my colleagues in cabinet also have come to realize in the past 3 months, is that she's very conversant with technological revolution. All this Jedi master, she knows what it means. She prefers to receive her speeches or reports electronically. And she will say, send it so that I can edit it. Yeah? Because she wants to put a feel of the final product. I can see the people in the office of the president nodding because it resonates, isn't it? Mensa van Vetvlei. Yes. And she does so meticulously. And it does not matter how long it takes. And she will be on it until the final product is satisfactory. She provides and presides over a leadership that wants to see results and change. Her desire to use our abundant natural resources for the benefit of our people is unmatched. She always says, as all of us are aware, we are too few to be poor. It can't be any truer than that. As public servants, we are in the public service to make that dream come true. Let's create opportunities and not obstacles for the young generation faced by social ills and challenges of unemployment. We in the office of the Prime Minister can only avail ourselves to be a conduit to facilitate and nurture that leadership and coordinate all OMA's regional councils and state-owned enterprises to do the same. As members of her cabinet, our collective ambition is to make her succeed in the mandate she received from the electorate in the
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. You know, technology is something else. Otherwise, we can get back to the manual way of doing things. But then when we continue talking about AI, and you've seen the poll that Confidence was actually displaying here, it means that if you don't join or hop in the bandwagon of actually following technology and keeping yourself up to date, then we'll leave you behind. I'm apologizing on behalf of Nampa. It's not
because
actually
we
Nampa.
have a
there we are.
leadership
We are back.
in Her Excellency that is seamless and extraordinary. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, can you please rise to receive and welcome Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, and as the saying goes, my boss.
Please sit down. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Riangurare, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, for giving me the floor and for your presence at this gathering. Our Director of Ceremony, I really have to acknowledge the manner in which you are directing our proceedings. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy, Natangwe Ifete, Honorable Ministers, Comrade Sophia Nango Shaningwa, Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, Deputy Ministers, our Governor for Commerce Region, Semsa Fishuna Nuyoma, and all the governors who are listening, or if there are some who are present, the Chairperson of the Public Service Commission, Ambassador Emilia Mukusa, Secretary to Cabinet, and our host, the ED of Nampa, senior government officials, our service chiefs, captains of industries of our state-owned enterprise, our special guests, and that is the staff members of the public service, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. At the onset, I also wish to extend to you a warm welcome to each and every one of you, both attending in person and those joining us online, to this important occasion, an address by the President of the Republic of Namibia to the public service. It is with a great honor and humility that I stand before you today as your president, as a fellow servant of the Namibian people, and as a partner in the journey of transforming our nation. I have created this opportunity intentionally with specific outcome in mind. Therefore, I'm delighted to see all of you present here and confident that public servants across the length and the breadth of Namibia are tuned in through the platform provided. This event is taking place when recently Namibia has been reclassified from the upper middle income to the lower middle income. A reclassification that should not really a celebration, neither should be put us down, but something that we as civil servants have to take it serious so that we claim back where we were, regardless of how they reached to that particular classification. Having said that, let me also begin by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you in the service to the government of the Republic of Namibia. In other words, to the people of Namibia. Your dedication, resilience, and hard work towards achieving the mandates of your respective offices, ministries, and agencies is noted and deeply appreciated. And I want to repeat that. I want to repeat that what you have achieved towards the mandates of your respective offices, ministries, and agencies that is of benefit to the Namibian people is noted and deeply appreciated. You, the public servants and the technocrats, are an indispensable national resource. You are a national resource. You are a resource to each and every Namibian. You are the most vital component of the machinery that keeps the wheels of the government turning. If you were not there, the government would not be there. You are the gears of the engine of state administration. You are the bridge between policies and the people, between vision and the reality. We can have visions, but if you are not there to put those visions in reality, it is just as if there is nothing. Without your active, ethical, and capable participation, government cannot function effectively, nor will it deliver the required services to the nation. That's why I'm thanking you not only for your presence here today, but your decision to serve the Namibian people. Public service is not merely a job, it's a professional call. In 2024, I launched my leadership vision for the 8th administration based on the 5 pillars of pragmatism, integrity, accountability, meritocracy, and inclusivity. Because we want to put everything to science. By abbreviation, you can call it PM, because now it's becoming a fashion. I knew abbreviation in science, but now you find common English language, everything is abbreviated. Sometimes becomes difficult to understand what does this one means. If it is true your choice, if it's true your choice to be a civil servant, to follow the calling of service, then I trust you have also chosen to serve with those values at heart. If you have not thought of it before I made it known, I'm appealing to you, I'm asking you, I'm advising you to have those values as well. Because if those values just remain with me, it doesn't mean anything. Because I'm not all over. You are occupying more space than the one I'm occupying in State House. And I want to take it. You believe with me, and you take those values to guide you as we are serving our people. The state has a scared responsibility to protect, promote, and fulfill the right and the inspiration of its people. It does so through the functioning of the institutions and through the hands of the public servant, meaning through your hands. Each of us in government or state-owned enterprise must understand how we fit into this machinery called the government. We must ask ourselves, what am I bringing to the workplace today. I've been always telling civil servants I work with in the ministries I had an honor to serve that I would like that every day you leave the office, you ask yourself, what has I done today to contribute to our national goal, which is to fight poverty and bring about prosperity in Namibia. If we do not understand our role, we'll simply report for duty without making a meaningful impact. The worst case scenario is when you leave your posts at the end of the day without feeling any sense of guilty when your duties remains unfulfilled. If you know you were supposed to do A, B, C, and at the end of the day, you have not reached those goals, and you are not feeling guilt about it, there's something serious wrong. And this is how inefficiency comes in. When that happens, the state will fail to meet its constitutional obligations, thus creating frustration among the citizens, leading to social and economic insecurity. When people are not given the required services which they are expecting from the government, because the government has taken an oath to protect and defend the laws and the people of Namibia, and if that is failed, then people become frustrated, and that can lead to social and economic insecurity. Social and economic insecurities are the breeding centers for the disturbance of peace and security in any given country, and Namibia is not an exception. As Namibians, we must take pride on our peaceful and beautiful country and defend it with our right actions at all times. We must also draw strength from our hard-won independence and the gains we have made. Let us never forget where we come from. Our history must guide our future. It must be taught and preserved so that future generations cherish our peace, honor our legacy, and continue the journey to prosperity. And when we talk about taught and preserve, we don't just mean teaching in the classrooms, but with our work in our offices. Your productivity is a teaching to the generations to come. It's not possible when a young professional comes to the public service where he or she finds a highly motivated, highly productive public service, and that person does not do the same. And that is the teaching and preservance I'm talking about in as far as the public services are concerned. While public service might not bring you material wealth, it offers you something more profound. As human beings, we should not just think of material wealth. Material wealth can be so dangerous, even to your own. Public service gives you a chance to shape legacies and the impact lives beyond your tenure. Even not just your tenure is a public servant, but even after you leave this earth, you'll be known for that. And that is the teaching and the preserving of what we do, we are talking about. If you embrace this opportunity with the right mindset as a public servant, you will find a sense of fulfillment that no salary can match. You can find that. If you are so happy with whatever house you have, a shelter, you are able to go where you want to go, and you are living in a normal life, you are more happier than living in a mansion and you don't know when the knock will come on your door. And that is really serious. You will be more healthier and you will be more productive and you will be more happy and your family will be more secure. Director of Ceremonies, today I make a humble and urgent plea. Let us adopt a basic needs and self-excellent approach. And this is not an option, colleagues. It's a necessity, it is a must. Self-excellency must be an approach. Yes, we are too few to be poor. We call ourselves a land of a brave. How can you have a land of a brave with such resources we have, but still we call ourselves as poor people? There's a contradiction. Therefore, we have to do what the government expects from us. The government must not fail those it has sworn in to serve. We have taken an oath on behalf of all of you. And for you to accept to be a civil servant, you are saying, yes, we are ready to work with you in fulfilling that oath. This means that all Namibians, regardless of race, religion, status, or location, must have equal access to basic services, clean water, sanitation, food, healthcare, education, employment, justice, and opportunities for economic advancement. As civil servants, senior civil servants, middle senior civil servants, how many of us who can survive even a month in a house in urban area that does not have running hot water? Who can survive? You all complain like nothing. I have to congratulate our Minister of Works that we have seen this on our television last night, that after our visit to our big hospitals in Windhoek, what we have discovered, we have started to address that problem. I was happy to listen to the contractor who is saying in the next 4 weeks, hot water will be running in that hospital that has been off for more than 10 years, as we were informed. And these are basic services that we are talking, that we must serve to our people. To realize this, I urge all public servants to familiarize themselves. I'm asking you, public servants, to familiarize yourself and be guided by the SWAPO Party Manifesto Implementation Plan under the theme, unity in diversity, natural resources beneficiation for youth empowerment and sustainable development. And the National Development Plan number 6, which, as you were informed by our Prime Minister, I will have the honor to officially launch it on the 21st of July 2025, 2 days from now, where in the same occasion, I will then inform the nation what you and me have achieved in the past 3 months after I sworn in as the President of the Republic of Namibia. I emphasize me and you because what I'm going to report is what we have done together. And the nation is going to judge all of us, not just Netumbo. You might find politicians who be focusing on Netumbo, that is fine. I accepted that because there is only one president, but you might find those who are saying, are civil servants really serious to work with the president in serving the Namibian nation? So I believe we have good news to tell the nation together. In this regard, I wish to put on record my gratitude for your contribution towards the continued work of the 8th administration since assuming office. Both the CMIP and NDP 6 are documents that must serve as a blueprint to uplift the living standard and expectation of our people, particularly the youth and women. They are the majority. And I say, when you empower the majority, then the majority will be able to carry the minority so that we are all brought at a standard where we can take care of ourselves. If you empower the minority will not be able to take care of the majority who are behind. You see now that those of us like me in the position where I am, the ministers, the EDs, the management cadre, state-owned enterprise, I don't know how many messages you are receiving every day. Somebody asking you to pay for the school fees. My child is stranded here and here. That is because it's the minority, we who are empowered. The majority are saying having problem. Now we are not able to cope. I don't know how many you attend, but I'm telling you, I'm not able to cope. So that's why empowering the majority is the best way we can solve the problem we are facing in our country. And it's us. It is us who are in the public service who should do that. Dear colleagues, if you don't have the passion for the people, if you see citizens as a burden when they come to your office with problems, and if you believe your office is a space for your personal comfort zone, for enrichment or side business, then I can tell you are in the wrong place. You are in the wrong place. You are there volunteering your service in the best interest of the people of this country. And if you are in the wrong place, you must therefore ask yourself, why are you in the public service? Why can't you create space for those who are ready to serve the public? They are there who are ready to serve the public. And I'm sure you, the majority of you, you are ready to serve the public. We have heard the complaints of poor service, inaccessibility, and the rude officials. And I'm sure we must also have experienced it. It's only not that you heard, we heard, but we experienced it, which is very unfortunate. This is not how the servants of the people must serve the people. You are professionals. You must be psychologists. And you must understand the environment in which you are operating. We have our people who are so desperate because of the situation surrounding them. When they are coming to seek for services, please don't worsen their situation. Just listen to them. Give them those 5 minutes. Even if you might not solve the problem at that particular time, the point that they feel listened, it matters to them, and it gives them a confidence. I'm really appealing that don't tell people I'm too busy. They do not understand your business. Find a way of how you can them feel that they are being cared for. I therefore demand that really, for those of us who have such an attitude, let us change. When a person leaves the office happy, they will even open their minds. And when they go back to where they come from, they will have a complete different attitude. And they become even more innovative and contribute to the socio-economic development of our country. Yesterday, I was listening to the police record, or I read it in the newspapers, as to how many people who committed suicide from January to June. It's a surprise. It's a shock. And they are saying the cause is mental health. What is mental health? Mental health are people who are overwhelmed by problems. And if a person comes to our offices trying to get information and you did not treat a person properly, that's what could trigger the frustration in that person's mind. And then mental health become a problem in our country. We talk of public service because those who make up that body are people who have committed themselves to serve the public and not themselves. Hence, the government elected by the people does appreciate them through monthly salaries agreed and signed as you join the public service. All of you as civil servants, you have signed an agreement with the government, which simply means you have signed an agreement with the people of Namibia who are represented by the government. Your job description is there. And then they say, for this job we want you to do, this is what we are going to appreciate you with. And you say, fine, I'm ready to do that. But if you have taken that decision, why you do not do that? What I'm saying, think of the benefit you enjoy as a public servant. A regular monthly salary. In this government in Namibia, under the leadership of SWAPO Party, for the past 35 years, who can say a month has passed and I have not received my salary? It happens in some countries, you know that, but not in the Republic of Namibia. We all have access to medical aid costing 3.62 billion Namibian dollars. As civil servants, is that a small amount? Membership in the pension fund. There are some countries where medical aid does not exist, you know that. Housing and vehicle allowances. Career development opportunity. NIPAM is here. Why did we build it? We expected that when you are applying for a job, you qualify. But we still feel you need career development. And of course, local and international exposure. There's quite many of you who on your own, you cannot travel the length and the breadth of this country. But because you are a civil servant, you do that. That's an asset. Internationally, you travel, gain more experience, more exposure. And that's what I'm saying. To be a civil servant, there is more than just a salary. The above benefit serves as your driving force that must propel you towards the accomplishment of the assignment given to you. Just sit down quietly in your quiet corner and say, "Mine tumbo nandi ndaitwa." Sometimes I can even think where I come from, my family. If I have not been in the public service, would I be able to do all of this within my own family? And then appreciate and say, let me play my part. Let me play my part. That is very, very important. You must bear in mind that there are Namibians out there who are roaming in the street without opportunity for employment. And for us who are employed, we are the ones to create an opportunity for them. For example, if you are on a desk, which is to clear investors, whether you are in the Ministry of Home Affairs, whether you are in the Ministry of Trade, wherever you are, and you are delaying unnecessary investment to come into the country, do you know how many jobs you are sending out of the country? And these are the jobs that should have taken up the Namibians who are roaming in the streets. That should help you to develop an attitude of gratitude. When we count our blessings, we will serve with humanity. You must know self-enrichment on the expense of the public is a breach of contract and a betrayal of the nation trust. The nation trusts us. As civil servants, we are trusted by the nation, and we should not betray it. You know, when you betray the trust, the potential of war is there. And Namibia is the good example. The United Nations trusted the South African apartheid regime on Namibia. in order to develop to assist the Namibian people to independence. That trust was betrayed by South African regime. What is the result? Is the war in this country. We are forced to go to war. And we lost so many precious lives. We still have people who are crippled. And we have those we are still to take care. And it's us civil servants, when we are here veterans who are not yet serviced, this is our responsibility, colleagues. All of us, we must make it our responsibility. Don't think when the veterans are talking, they are just talking to President Netumbo. They are talking to all of us. And we should all think, how do we make resources available so that we can take care of these veterans? Some of them who are permanently disabled because of the trust that was betrayed. And then we went to war. I believe in Namibia, civil servants or this workforce I'm addressing today, in your ability to drive change, thus together we can and must ensure that no Namibia is left out. I'm talking to you because I believe in you. I sincerely believe in the Namibia civil servant. I really believe on the Namibian workforce that together we can change and transform our country and transform our economy. The abilities are on you. What you need is just really to do mind shift. Let us change, comrades. I'm calling you comrades. Sometimes you want to associate it with SWAPO. We have, as Namibians, we have something in common. And what we have in common is the well-being of the Namibian people. And that's what comrade simply means. What is common in all of us is really the well-being of the Namibian people and bring prosperity in this country. You can do it. You go to the same schools other civil servants in the world goes. You use the same books, my dear Namibians. We are just too few to be poor. We really so few to be poor. It's so heartening when you see a Namibian begging on the street and you are every time going to the office. Have you ever asked yourself, as a civil servant in Namibia, what have I done to take that person out of the street? It's not just the money, colleagues. It's how we do the work. And I'm really appealing that we need to change and to ensure that no Namibian is left behind. The realities for some of our people remains very dire. Poverty, we see it, inadequate access to service, barriers to dignity, sanitation. All of us as civil servants, we have an option for medical aid, and then we go for private practice. We don't use the state facilities. And that's why I said, Minister of Health, with your team, I gave the time frame. We will start with senior civil servants, starting politicians, senior civil servants. The government medical aid will be there, but for you and me, we should use the state facilities. So that we are serious. So that we are serious to make sure that state facilities are put to the standard to serve the nation properly. It's just fair. And I know you know that that's very fair. There's no way we can do it really. The mission of the public service is therefore to break down the barriers. It's our mission as public servant. I'm also a public servant. Maybe not in the same way you see it, but I'm a servant of the public. I'm here to serve the public. So don't just be misled by the word politician. Politicians are public servants. We must reform how we deliver service, especially for a young generation that tech-savvy and mobile. With this technology and so on, are things that we cannot take for granted. And we need really to match with it. Custom care and citizen-friendly approach are no longer an option. They are a must, imperative. Custom care, custom care. And if we adopt it in the public service, it will be transferred to the general public. Because really service delivery in our country and custom care is something we need to work on very, very seriously. Director of Ceremonies, we know we are working under fiscal constraint. The public service wage bill stands at over 35 billion, saving over 1,000 employees. 100,000 employees. Thank you for your correction. I'm happy we are all listening. And with this, how are we assisting others who are not in the similar situation? This situation is unsustainable because we must create a balance from what we are spending on ourselves and what is the outcome. As such, we must therefore prudently utilize the scarce resources at our disposal by applying a concept of achieving more with less. So we really need to do so. The wastage is a reality, comrades, fellow Namibians, fellow civil servants. Let us avoid a wastage. How much you spend in your office on overtime? And is those overtimes really warranted? Do we really follow the procedures? Are we really saying they should always overtimes? That the time from 8 to 1, lunch break, 2 to 5, is not enough? That we have regular overtimes? I wonder if we are always having work behind that overtimes must be approved. We must really exercise a highest physical discipline, aiming at achieving efficiency and effective objectives for the benefit of our people. It must be underscored that the government, by its nature, its design and structure, is not really to be the main employer for the majority of the population. The role of the government is to create a conducive environment for employment. By and large, employment is squarely within the domain of the private sector. And I'm saying this because of our economic mood of production that we have agreed as per our constitution that we are a mixed economy. And if you look in brackets, as much as we are mixed economy, whereby we said we are mixing the command economy and the capitalist economy, we are more on the side of capitalists. Therefore, let us facilitate the private sector to create jobs and not just always to look at the government. In the command economy, you expect the state to create all the jobs and to give all the services. But if you add it together, if you did your political economy, you find that they are somehow meeting them. Because in a command economy, you might have your payslip, which is showing an income that you consider is very little. But everything is provided free. Medical services, health services, transport is cheap and everything. I was a student in Moscow, Soviet Union. But in the capital economy, they make the list so big that is your income, and you have all deduction. So these are really things that we have to look. I did politics, not economics, but there was a subject on political economy. And these are the things we have to look at. That means all the systems are looking at the well-being of the people. My last study was in a capitalist country, Britain. But we were just given cards, you just choose which doctor you want to go to. And then you go there, you are treated like everybody. I got a baby in Britain while I was studying. Every week my son was getting 7 pounds. I don't know where it was coming from. So it's the well-being. Every state is taking care of the well-being of its people. Therefore, the quality of our services in the public sector will have an impact in the growth of the public sector as well as in the private sector. And that's why I say we must really take an inner oath to serve our nation to the best of our ability. Essential change is needed in mindset and behavior. This change wagon is already underway. The objectives are very clear in our NDP 6 strategic plans and annual plans, as well as in your performance agreement. We do not have time to waste, dear colleagues. We must move with the wagon swiftly and with a purpose. If you are ready to be part of this transformation, you are welcome on board. We are for transformation, very serious transformation, very serious work. And those of you who are ready, you are welcome on board. If not, you must re-evaluate your purpose in the public service, and maybe tell us to stop at the next station and say goodbye to us. And the next station will be able to pick up those who want to be part of the transformation. There will be no business as usual. And I want everyone to make this your inner decision, colleagues. Don't be forced. Don't be forced. Do something that you like. If you don't like it, you are just doing it for a job, it is too bad. There are consequences of non-performance and non-effective service delivery. We are also reviewing our laws and see which laws will help us better in this economic transformation in our country. We talk about sustainable development. Unless you transform your economy, sustainable development will just be a word for you to talk about. It will not be realized. So, therefore, let us all be part of this. You love your nation, you must love what you do. I recall one day I was invited to be a guest speaker at the NAST graduation. I was emphasizing on the point of advising the students that I believe you have chosen a career of something you love. Because if you don't love it, you are not going to succeed. You are not going to succeed. I told them I love politics. Then after the break, a group of students came to me and they say, tell us, why do you love politics? You told us you are in politics because you love politics. I say, yes, I love politics. Because in politics, you have no shortage of opponents. And when you have opponents, you think better and you think more how to go around and win your opponents. So you must know why you are in a career. And that is really what I feel. As your president colleagues, dear Namibians, the land of the brave. You cannot be a land of the brave if you are not brave. So you are brave people. I want to tell you I am committed to building a strong, more responsive public sector as a cornerstone of inclusive development. That's what I'm committed. And I said, I want you also to respond accordingly. Can we all be committed to that? So that we serve our people to the best of our ability. When you just go to Katutura, comrade, how do you feel? When you see sharks burning in Swakop Wildfish Bay, what do you feel? When you hear people dying somewhere, maybe food poisoning and so on, how do you feel? Can you really sleep? Me, I don't sleep. I don't really sleep. We must invest in skills, embrace innovation, and foster a spirit of teamwork at all levels of government. There is a say that one finger cannot pick up a needle. And this tells us the importance of teamwork. In the offices, colleagues, there are no friends, you are co-workers. You are co-workers. Don't be in the office And you have people you can talk to, and there are those who cannot talk to. As a manager, you must bring up everybody. If that person is not able to deliver, and you want to frustrate the person and just deal with the ones you like, you are a failure, colleagues. I always say, when you serve in the office, and when you are leaving, you are asked, environment, I produce a minister. At gender, I produce a minister. At foreign affairs, I produce 2 ministers. Because I'm there to, when you are in the leadership, it does not mean you are the one who know everything. Mold to others, mender. If you are knocked down by a car, what is going to happen in that office? So really, when we talk about skill development, invest in skill, it's not only when people go to school, not when people you send them to NIPAM, not when you send the people to whatever course. How are you mentoring them in the office where you are sitting with them every single day? Pass the skill to them. That's what I'm talking about, among others. And embrace innovation. This thing of working like the UN, every time you go to resolution, what, resolution, what. Now we are seeing how multilateralism is dying because no innovation. It's just a reference. We have already agreed to that term. What does the term still have relevancy in 2025? So embrace innovation. When young people are coming, when they are employed in our ministries, in our offices, they are coming with new ideas. Let us listen to them. Embrace innovation. The books they used are not the books I have used. And the environment in which we are is not the same environment I have learned. And that's why we need to listen. It's not to say they take over our position. We learn from them. We must learn from one another. In fact, I believe that the staff coming, joining, they must have a better knowledge than myself. But I'll open my mind in order to learn from them because they are in a different environment. So that's why there's a question of advisors. When you are an advisor, you must know more than what I know. Because if you don't know more than what I know, what are you going to advise me? Yes. Advisor must know more knowledgeable on the subject matter than myself. Because otherwise, you are wasting the resources. If you can only tell me. And then the teamwork. When you are there, it does not mean you know everything. I have drivers. And as a politician, there are sometimes time of campaign, and you have to run. I'm telling you, if I know I went here, and then the driver say, the car is having a problem, I cannot just run. How can you do that? This is the person with expert here. He said, teamwork. I will have a program. This is our program. From here, we move here, we move here, we move here. Are our cars ready to go around that? And then they say they are ready. Or they say, no, one of the cars need to go to the service. Then they say, okay, let us adjust. It's teamwork. If you force, you are in danger. So, therefore, colleagues, teamwork. Against that backdrop, I urge you to remain vigilant for us to serve our people better, to ensure that there's no resource wastage. And we must remain vigilant against corruption in all its forms by understanding it as is a tantamount to treason. And I'll keep explaining this, because if corruption becomes a norm, you frustrate the population. One day they can say enough is enough. They'll go in the street. I don't know, it will be a lot of work for the service chiefs, but the population, they are the power. And that's how treason comes in. Because now you are doing it to instigate the population to overthrow the government. And that's how treason comes in. So we must understand when I say, I learned it in Tanzania from my mentor, and he was right. Because anything you are doing to instigate the population to go against the government, you want the government to overthrow, and overthrowing the government is a treason. So therefore, we must safeguard against that. Let us protect public resources as if they are our own. In any case, they are our own. Those public resources belong to the people of Namibia, and you are part of the society. I'm really appealing. I said I have confidence in you, and I mean it. Don't betray my trust on you for us to transform our economy and our country. Let us be a shining example, a land of the brave. I was proud Minister for Education. The performance of sports from the Region 5. Congratulations. Moving from position 7 to position 2 is commendable. Today I was listening on the television. NBC is introducing a training for is basically the respect and trust of the people we serve. Respect and trust. Recently, when I was in Angola, at the Africa USA Business Forum, I was asked the question, why there's always like deadlocks when there are discussions between Africans and investors who want to invest in Africa. My question was very simple and honest. I said there's no trust between us. Why there's no trust is because when you come, you see us as underdogs. And you don't want us to discuss on equal terms. And that creates us not to trust you. And you also, you don't trust us because you think we want to cheat you. So trust is the thing if one has to succeed. So therefore, we must build capacity, develop resilience, and earn the trust or respect and trust of our people we serve. As the engine room of the government, you civil servants are all duty-bound to do things right that must aim to benefit our people. You must also remember that you occupy a special space in our national fabric. Use it wisely for the benefit of all Namibians. Let us accomplish our goals and objectives together with one heart, one mind. That means we must be united at all times. As our founding president and father of the Namibian nation taught us, a people united, trying to achieve a common goal for all members of society will always emerge victorious. That's what an inheritance. What an inheritance that I really want to be planted in each and every heart and mind of a Namibian. I thought I was going to keep you shorter here, but I hope we have enjoyed the time together. Now, I have to make up for the time I have taken to you. But don't understand me out of context. If you have work unfinished, go back to your office, but you are free to take an early weekend for this day for you to digest what your president is. Sorry, come a prime minister, can you go and write directives? Because Ambassador Mukusa will say, where's the letter? So while you are here, communicate to your secretary, prepare that directives so that the whole public service knows, but don't leave work unfinished. I thank you, and together we will go higher.
Whilst we remain standing, can we give another round of applause to Her Excellency, please? You may be seated.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. What a time to be alive. The mother of the Namibian House has spoken with authority. I wish I could ululate, but I can't. Who can? Wow, beautiful, beautiful fellow civil servants, fellow communicators. Thank you so much for actually still It's actually good to see the room still full of people until this hour, but without actually wasting time, because it's already past 1 and it's that time of the day, I would like us to welcome our last presentation, not least, that is going to yes, indeed. We just want to finish everything so that when we leave, we just leave at once. Because I know if we go for lunch, and then I think many of us will not come back, because, well, the last day is always that day where everybody makes their own decision and say, okay, I'm leaving. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Sam Shivute. It's a commissioner from NAMRA to give us a case study on NAMRA and what actually NAMRA is all about. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he comes to the stage. That is not enough. Let's clap again until he gets to the stage, please.
Thank you, Director of Proceedings. Let me recognize all the distinguished honorable members and councillor and all the leaders present here this afternoon. At Namibia Revenue Agency, the Fourth Estate, we always like to recognize them. The sponsors, I've recognized everyone. I know that I'm between your lunch and yes, and therefore I will try to make this very short. But now it's very difficult to speak after the President have delivered such a very powerful and transformational talk. But before I share the NAMRA journey, I wanted to share the concept that John Maxwell shared with us when he came here about 7 years ago. And he said, every time when there's a powerful conference like this, when there's a workshop, or if someone listened to a powerful speech like that which the President just delivered, this concept, if you don't have it, you may remain where you are. But we believe that it's always good. Human being, it's about growing, getting from where you are to where you're supposed to be. So that concept is ACT. A stands for apply. Now from that Your Excellency President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, what is that you are going to apply? C is about change, either to start doing something or to stop doing something. And the T is about teaching. I think this concept of ACT is very critical, because even the concept of PIAMI, if you forget everything that was said now by the President, PIAMI principle, pragmatism, integrity, accountability, meritocracy, and inclusivity. If you just get that, then you will have the gist of the entire speech, and it's important for us that we know that. Now, before then I unpack the NAMRA journey, it's always important for us to know where we're coming from before we talk about where we are going. Before the establishment of NAMRA on the 7th of April 2021, before that, the revenue function within the Ministry of Finance used to be carried out by two departments. You had Customs and Excise Directorate, and you have what is called Inland Revenue Department. Those are the departments that used to carry out the revenue function, the revenue collection function. But again, in early 80s, a decision was made. What we have seen, transformation within tax administration, is that many developing countries were coming up with their semi-autonomous revenue administration. So by 2013, in Africa, there were only 3 countries that have not yet transformed to the model that is currently being used by all other jurisdictions. And it's for that reason that 2013, 2014, a decision was made. We need to move where the world is moving. 2017, the law was passed in 2017. 2019, the board was appointed. 2020, September, the founding commissioner was appointed. And then on the 7th of April, 2021, Namibia Revenue Agency was then launched. And this is the story that I would want to briefly share with you. I just need to check my time. Now, before we then start working and building this institution called NAMRA, the first thing that we decided is to say, it's always good to know where you're going. It's always good to have a vision. And you need to set yourself that vision that is bold, that vision that everyone, especially your staff, your colleagues, should be able to buy into. And it's that vision that every time you wake up in the morning, that vision must inspire you to be able to want to go to work, to make great things happen. And the vision that we set ourselves just before the launch of NAMRA was that we aspire to be a world-class revenue agency serving with passion to positively impact the livelihood of every Namibian. One day someone said, look, I'm a business person, I work for myself, your vision does not impact me. And when I talked with this person later on, I noted that in their family, there are a number of people who are dependent on the monthly pension that we pay to the elders. There are family members who do not work and they are dependent on the public health. They go to Katutura or to Nanjokwe or Shakati or Kietman's State Hospital. So later on, he noted that the roads that where he drives with this expensive car, it's also funded with public service at the end of the day. And if it was not because of that road being so properly maintained, then that person would have been involved even in an accident and so on. The fact that his business is protected because we are in a secure state where police is doing their work, the NDF is properly equipped. Later on he understood and said, yes, I do know now that even myself, this vision or the work that you guys are doing of mobilizing resources, it also impacts me. Now, briefly, after unpacking the journey, I wanted briefly to share as to what is the benefit or the power of effectively communicating, of being an effective communicator. What can come out of that? What are some of the success factors? Then I will conclude with the 4 E's of an effective communicator. All of us, whether you like it or not, you are a brand. All of us, whether you like it or not, you are a communicator. When you show up, your presence, it communicates something. You are either an effective communicator or an ineffective communicator. There is a concept that we talk at NAMRA about be relevant. It's just like you are either an effective communicator or an ineffective communicator. You are either relevant or irrelevant. The choice is yours. Now, with this vision of NAMRA then we also looked at what is the mandate of NAMRA. And out of the mandate, of course, we have 8 pieces of legislation that we implement. And I don't want to bore you to go through those 8 pieces of legislation. But our key mandate, the key one, apart from mobilizing resources or collecting revenue on behalf of the state, facilitating a legitimate trade, and by that what we mean is that any goods to be imported in this country, any goods leaving the port of Halves Bay or the port of Inrudrits or coming through the air, it have to be declared and cleared by Namibia Revenue Agency. Any goods. Unless if it's brought in through illegal means and so on. And if there are duty to be paid, it have to be paid. Then of course, like I said, we collect the revenue on behalf of the state. And everything that we collect does not come to the NAMRA account. It goes to the state account with Bank of Namibia. Then of course, we also protect the borders. We have to make sure that we are at all the gazetted borders and make sure that drugs and illicit goods do not come here so that we protect society. Now, when with that mandate then, we then needed to focus on 4 pillars. Those 4 pillars, number 1, is people. Just like Your Excellency, the President said, your people are number one. We needed to make sure that we get the right people in the right position. There was a time, 2020, early 2021, that I was only the employee number one. And within a period of 4 years, we needed to have to recruit 1,436 employees. And of course, you need to make sure that you get the right people in the right position, but it's a never-ending assignment. That's on the people. Then on systems, so the first thing we focus on people, system, processes, and a culture. Then on system, we have 3 key systems. You have your customs administration system, which we call ASCUDA. That is a system where each and every good, everything that you have, the phone that you have in your pocket, the clothing that you have, anything that have been imported, it have to be registered there and cleared, and something have to be paid or it have to be exempted. So the system, we have a customs system, it's a big system. Then you have your ITAS, Integrated Tax Administration System, then your ERP for managing your finance and your people. So those systems, we focus that with this system, how do we make this system world-class? We're not yet there. Then we have processes, with processes making sure that you then have all your relevant policies, all the relevant framework, all the relevant procedures, then you have the culture. And with regard to the culture, is that culture of, we're coming from a typical, majority of our colleagues are coming from the government. And we needed to change that culture so that our culture should be a Namra culture. The culture of how do we behave, how do we show up, how do we dress, coming to meetings. If you are late to a meeting, after 15 minutes you cannot get in there. How we dress. Some people they say, oh, Namra staff, they have nice uniform. We call the Namra staff, we don't call them staff, we call them Namra stars. Men and women with a navy blue, white, and a touch of orange. It's not uniform. All we needed is a mind change set whereby everyone, from entry level to the accounting officials, we buy this by ourselves. And there's no policy. There's no written policy that you have to buy it or you must dress like that. There's no written policy. It was just a matter of changing the mindset. And today, we have taken this brand, navy, white, touch of orange, we have taken it to we have taken it to Europe, we have taken it to as we are talking now, 13 of my colleagues are in South Korea, dressed like that on a daily basis. And it's not enough. It's not only about putting it on, you also need to make sure it's a little bit touch up. It must be tailor-made. You must touch it up. You cannot be like you're in a bag. Okay, want to pack it there. Now, when you are then building, what we then put at the centrality of building this institution, like I say, we respect the fourth estate, the media. The media will tell you, they ask us a question, we respond. There's no wasting of time or not cooperating. Remember that we even have a law that says confidentiality must be top. Yes, we respect confidentiality, but we respond and we are very accountable to the Namibian people through the media. Now, what we have then done to effectively communicate, one thing, what you will note for many institutions, they will normally recruit one top executive who is great at communicating. With us, we even decided at the beginning, we will get 2. That's why there was some question, how do you have Stephen Dorokade and Tonateni Shidu at the same time? Because we wanted to go big. And that's why you get 2, and they both bring different styles of effectively communicating. They both bring different expertise. And as a result of that, we also noted, remember I told you that you are all effective, you are all communicator. You are a brand whether you know it. Whether you are effective or ineffective, it's really up to you what to decide. Relevant or irrelevant, that's a question that you need to answer. But we'll then say, how are we going to communicate the work that we do, the positive impact that we want to do? Then we say, let's have change champions. Why do we have to have change champions? Some of the challenge that we faced, especially during our first year, it's resistance. We face resistance from some of our own colleagues who say, getting to Namra, it will be worse, so we must not join Namra because we are going to be worse off. And I was very happy. So you have people saying, no, getting into Namra is very worse. But I'm very happy to tell you today, we have people in private sectors, from accounting firms, people working in Europe and so on, wanting to work for NAMRA. It's a fact. So you have resistance from internal, number one. Then you have the issue of corruption was also a very serious issue, and it continued to be, but we have to address it as well. Then you have the issue of resistance because you have a number of big business in this country. It's not only small business, but you have multinationals who operate in the country for about 20 to 30 years sometime, and they have always been just declaring losses after losses. Never pay tax. Can you imagine a company or someone who get even tender worth billions and they have not even paid a cent? A cleaner or civil servant, they pay more tax than those. And they knew change was coming and it was not going to be business as usual. So we faced a lot of resistance. How do we address the resistance? How do we then address those resistance and those challenges? We needed them to make sure that we need to operate differently. We have to try to adapt what is called world class. We needed to have what we call, to tell our own story. You need to create your own narrative. In communication effectively, you can communicate tactically or strategically. That's why we focus more on communicating strategically, where we're then saying that let's have our newsletter, communique wagon on NAMRA. We tell our story through that. Then we became one of the few first public institutions to have its own audio-visual platforms. This is our Kachenu, NAMRA Kachenu. You have our own television. You can Google now NAMRA Kachenu, because on NAMRA Kachenu we can speak as much as we want. We can tell our own story. A narrative can be pushed out somewhere there, but we have our unlimited time on NAMRA Kachenu. You Google there on YouTube and so on, and we tell our own story because nobody can tell your story better than you. What you just need to do is you need to develop a deep sense of self-awareness, know who you are, and also be bold in your visioning. That's why we said we want to be world-class. And before I conclude, I will show you where we are. We are not over 20% with regard to our vision of wanting to become world-class. But if I tell you what we have achieved as a result of communicating effectively, of taking our brand out there outside Namibia, you may end up clapping hands. Now, as a result of, apart from this, we also, all our staff, we have them on WhatsApp group. We communicate on a daily basis. We effectively engage. As we come to the region and engage with our external stakeholder, we also engage with our staff as well. After 2 months, I must have an engagement with the staff. Those who are not in the region, who are in the region, then we do it through virtual, but those in Windhoek, not only do we engage with them in a meeting, I don't know whether people also know, for this 6 month, we are doing something that is called on Friday. I see people are excited because today they get given an off by the president. At NAMRA Friday, you work until 1 o'clock. Then from 2 o'clock, you must be at the soccer field or at the gym or climbing mountain so that we can build cohesion, so that we can know one another, so that we can make sure that we are fit, we exercise, we do this stuff. Now, briefly before I conclude, as a result of being intentional about communicating, connecting with the media, engaging our stakeholder, there is no regional governor who will say that we have never visited them or tried to engage with them. No, there's nothing like that. Our clients or our taxpayer, when you have an issue, we will be able to come to you. And all the service that we provide is provided on our platform. Our services are for free. What have we achieved? I see Astoria and I know people are going, but I want briefly just to share what have we then achieved after communicating effectively. Remember, say we want to become a world-class revenue agency. We want to impact the livelihood of every Namibian. What we have achieved within a period of 4 years, we grew the revenue collection with 67%. In 2021, our revenue collection, the target was 49. We collected 52. And from 52, what we collected last year initially the revenue target was 83. Later on, it was moved to 85. But we collected 88 billions. But Asteria, MC, these 88 billions that we collected and exceeded the revenue target, the significance of this is because your diamond revenue, which had been the anchor of your revenue of the state, declined with 49%. But despite that the diamond revenue have declined with 49%, we were still able to exceed revenue target by the state. And Namibia becoming one of the countries where about more than 90% of your national budget is funded by your tax revenue. It's funded by the Namibian. Other countries, they have to get assistance to be able to fund their national budget. Give a round of applause to the men and women. What has been achieved? I talk about revenue, consistently exceeding revenue on an annual basis, number one. Number two, before we know it, all top multinationals, developmental partners, countries, they want to work with us. While other institutions are writing and saying we need this help, we don't write. They come and they say we want to work with you. I'll start. IMF is providing training to our auditors and capacitating us on transfer pricing. IMF is paying for the coaching of they started with me and now to the executive as well on an every month basis. The coach is paid, coach me at no cost at the Namibian government on NAMRA and so on. That is IMF. World Bank, it's on board. Digital transformation, they're helping us with that. UNDP, helping us with capacity on data analytics, and also to say when they say global tax dialogue, Commissioner, you can go there, we'll fund that. GIZ, when we went to Sevilla, the Compromiso de Sevilla, GIZ, we pay for you there, and getting there so that the NAMRA story can be shared. Because what had happened is that, why is this story critical? This story is very critical because I don't know how many of you are aware of the commitments made in Compromiso de Sevilla, the commitment of Sevilla in Spain. With this commitment, we all know that we are behind as a group, members of the United Nations, we are behind with the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. Only 18% of the goals that we are on track. There is a financing gap of about $4 trillion US. Now, for us to fund Sustainable Development Goals, unlike in the past, the ODA, Official Development Assistance, is no more there like it used to be there in the past. The only way that we can fund our development sustainably is through domestic resource mobilization. And therefore, one of the commitments in Sevilla is to say you have to strengthen your domestic resource mobilization. You need to strengthen your tax system. You need to fight and prevent illicit financial flow because Africa and Namibia, we are losing a lot of money through that. And the good thing is that the only reason why during Spain, out of the entire continent, the only case study that they wanted, which is doing very well. Why are they saying we're doing very well? Our tax ratio to GDP is 33%. Many African countries, many developing countries, they are struggling just to get at 15. And therefore, our level is closer to the OECD member states. So the achievements are many. So much so that, as I'm talking to you now, the government of South Korea, they have also come to us. They invited me. We went there 3 years ago. They said, we also want to work with you. Everyone wants to work with success. And this year, 26 of our customs officials, 26 of our officials will be flown to South Korea to be trained how to modernize custom administration for 2 weeks, everything paid. As I'm talking to you now, 13 are there. In September, another 13 are going. You may have heard 3 months ago, the Minister of Customs, Vice Minister of Customs of China was here. said, we want an agreement with you. We are going to train your colleagues, and we also share expertise. We want to be associated with you. The US Treasury, their biggest budget in developing other country in Africa, it's in Namibia now. It was stopped in January by President Trump, and 3 weeks ago they came back and said, when we tell our story, we also want to be associated with you. They came back again. It did not end there. It did not end there. I'm very happy to inform you that at WCO, one of our colleagues is there now as an expert, produced within this 4 years' time. One of our colleagues is working for UNDP here in Windhoek, coordinating all domestic resources mobilization. SACU, we have produced an expert on SACU. ATAF, African Tax Administration, which have about 44 member states. Namra, when I was voted as a vice chairperson of ATAF, I never ran. There was no profile or application. Other countries, they say, no, we want Namra to be there. And next week in Morocco, we are providing that leadership. All of them, they will come there. So we continue with the conversation. Let me conclude. If I go to the achievement and what is coming out, we will not finish. Let me just conclude with the 4 E's. Then, because this story, we can still tell it one day. What are the 4 E's of an effective communicator? The first E, number 1, is energy. As an effective communicator, you need to have energy. The reason why we work until 1 o'clock on Friday to go and exercise, to go and do squat, to dance, to play soccer, to play netball, to do tug of war. I don't know whether you know that public enterprise game, Namra netball team is the best in Namibia. We have the gold, and also in Africa we are number 2. We were in Zimbabwe, we are number 2. Our tug of war, everyone will tell you that we have one of the best tug of war team here. Our soccer team, we have not been winning many games. However, in Zimbabwe, when we played against Zambia, you must ask, I scored one of the most beautiful goals against Zambia. Then, of course, when it comes to running, we have one of our colleagues who just completed a comrade marathon. So in sport, because you need to have energy, because just imagine if you are a communicator and you are speaking there and you are like you're like sleeping, nobody will listen to you. But to have that energy, you need to be fit. Now, then another thing, you need to energize. The issue of energizing is about, ask yourself, how many commendation letters have you given to people? How many, we even fail sometimes just to energize and to commend the members of the media, and they are doing a great work. Without the media, our message will not be there. Without communicators, our message will not be there. Sometimes, especially when we work in technical institutions, the colleagues who are responsible for strategic communication, we don't get them on the highest table. We only call them when there is fire to put down. In Namra, they are at executive management, especially the head, and even in Korea now, it's a custom business that is taking place there. But the strategic communication head is there so that they understand the entire institution, commend and energize people. So that's the second E, you need to energize, because when you energize your team, your colleagues, those that you are dealing with, you will be able to communicate better, because there is power, even just presence without saying anything. The third E is about being on edge. When you listen to the president's speech, she spoke about Piami. I saw some people saying, oh, what is this Piami all about? If you Google President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, it was leadership, philosophy, vision. There is a big document there on Piami. And if you don't know it, how will you be able to implement it? How will you be able then to be able to join the wagon of transformation if you do not understand that? But the third E, edge, it means you have to be on top of your game. You need to be on top of your game. How does it start? Develop a deep sense of self-awareness. Know who you are. Know who you can partner with. Know what you need to know. For example, most of the challenge that we got here in Namibia sometime, you need to know your vision, your goals as an individual. but also know the National Development Program. We don't make time to know that. Then you need to know the Agenda 2063, what is in there. You find leaders and communicators in Namibia who have never made time to read the Sustainable Development Goals. They know nothing about the goal number 17 that talks about partnership. This is partnership at play. They don't know that it's within those goals that developed country, they're supposed to give part of their GDP percentage to developing country. When you know that, you can explore that. When I go to, I meet with developed country, I'll tell them, in 2025, in Addis Ababa, during the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, this was the commitment that we made. And this is what, I just want to highlight that. What are you doing for a country like Namibia? Because I think we deserve to be helped because we are the youngest and we can make things happen. Don't you want to be associated with success? So age, but about age, you cannot be a communicator and do not understand compromiso de Sevilla. Because in the compromiso de Sevilla, there are 25 commitments made by all the global leaders, including our own president, and 130 action items. How will you not if you do not know that, how do you communicate that? Then the last one, the last E. Remember? Energy, you must have energy. You must energize. You must have edge, being on top of your game. Then the last one. You are not going to be judged because you attended this conference. You are not going to be judged by the promises that you make. You're not going to be judged by wonderful communication strategy or the strategy that you have. What you are going to be judged on is what you have delivered. And therefore, the fourth E is about execution. You need to develop a reputation or a culture of delivery. When you do that, I want to share something that is personally related to me, but I'm not doing that to impress you. I'm not doing that to impress you because I'm just to impress the point about the importance of delivery and execution. When I served as a chairperson of SACU, Commissioner General Forum, they don't have my CV until today. When I served when I was appointed as the vice chairperson of Africa Tax Administration Forum in Kigali, Rwanda, they don't even have a poster of me or my CV until today. When I was appointed as a chairperson of the University of Namibia Council, where I served for 6 years, up to today, go to UNAM, they don't have my CV. When I was appointed as a chairperson of NAG, I did not apply for any governance role. What am I trying to tell you? I'm trying to tell you that as a communicator, you need to develop that reputation of delivering and making things happen and let your work speak for itself. So on that note, the Namra story, we are not yet where we can celebrate. It's a story that is continuing. I'm happy to hear from the president that it's always good, you must have more enemies, but because when you have more enemies, you will have enough time to think and navigate how you continue winning in mobilizing resources. I want to thank the organizer for giving us an opportunity. I'm also seeing Masanakuta as well, my professor at law of administrative law at UNAM. I'm always happy to see you. It's always good to see your lecturers. But the point I'm trying to make here is that be intentional about being effective communicator, tell your own story, drive the narrative. Don't be apologetic about talking about how great you are doing, how great you look. For example, we do know now that we dress much better because other revenue agencies in Africa, they are also starting to dress like us. So on that note, once again, thank you for having us to tell our story and be unlimited. We will continue serving with passion.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Shivute, for this well-presented story of Namra. Indeed, the practical meaning of you are the only one who can tell your story better than the other person, really. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You yourselves have all also been a great audience, and that was actually our last presentation for this conference. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. I would like to say thanks to our sponsors, Swakopmund Uranium, QKR, Namibia Navajab Gold Mine, Baker Hughes, Epangelo Mining Company, Pupkavits Toyota, Namibia Revenue Agency, NAMRA, B2 Gold Namibia, Hyphen Hydrogen, the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology. That's my employer. Please clap for them. Last but not least, Nampa, from a concept, an idea to execution. We thank you for bringing us together in one room and under one roof to exchange ideas and amplify excellence in public communication. Thank you so much, Nampa. I would like to thank my fellow MCs. For day one, Frida Abraham, thank you. You did a great job actually to guide us through the program. Let's please clap for her. Linda Mupupa, she took advantage of home ground yesterday. She really did a brilliant job also taking us through the program. Well done, Linda. Thank you. I would like to thank also everybody who have actually, came through to attend this conference, everybody who participated, the presenters, the leadership, just their presence as well, coming to this hall and sit and listen to us. Thank you very much for just your presence. Let's clap for them, please. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I would like, before we actually close off, I want us to just go through a little bit or a few announcements. We are trying to locate the attendance register. It must be somewhere. If you haven't signed in, please, or there it is. If you haven't signed in, please start circulating it, please. I think somebody forgot. It's Mr. Shivute's effect. He was talking and people were concentrating to an extent. No one was even circulating the register anymore. So thank you. Please pass through the register so that everybody signs in. Those who are actually going to the mine for the excursion, you are reminded to please take your lunch like a soldier. So you have 20 minutes to take your lunch, and then the bus will actually be picking you up to go. I think there is a list already of people who will be going to the mine. Some of us were a little bit too late to, put our names there, but next time. Nampa promised to bring us a bigger and better effective communicators conference again, probably, let's hope, next year. Ladies and gentlemen, with that said, may we all rise for the AU and national anthems. Okay, I will. Let us all unite to celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the it's a wrap. Lunch is served. Those of us who are driving back to our duty stations, please travel safe. And let's continue networking, communicating effectively. Have a great day, ladies and gentlemen.